No, there's one place that work, but they're just not interested. I don't know what they're planning on doing that.
You're trying.
I know a guy that's got a lot that he would sell in Riley that's over by the meat plant, kinda.
Oh, well, and that's, we had another place, but he wants something. And maybe she'll be more open to it, because we had a place. The city actually owns a little piece of a lot, but it's not very close. It's a couple blocks away.
8:30, everybody. I call this meeting of the Riley County Commission to order. Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right. Good morning, everybody.
Morning.
Sounds like this might be the last of the dry days for a while.
Sounds like
I've
it.
got quite a bit of rain coming in. Well, we'll see how that goes. We'll go ahead and start off with some public comment this morning. I don't see anybody up on Zoom anymore, including this morning. So we'll go ahead and move to Commission Chamber. And looks like Clancy's got something.
It's a quick one.
Okay.
Good morning, Commissioners. Clancy Holman, Counselor. I have an item for executive sessions on the agenda. I misdescribed what it's for. It says it is for pending litigation. It should be potential litigation. So I'd like to just ask for a motion that that term is changed so that it reads potential litigation.
To me, we've been down this road before, and that's when I would
Maybe.
Okay. Yeah, probably. Okay. I'll go ahead and make a motion that we change the wording on item 15, executive session to discuss confidential legal advice regarding potential litigation issues rather than pending.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. All those in favor? Aye.
Let's say I'll never have to do that again. We know that's not true.
Fair enough. Okay. Do we have any other public comments this morning? Okay, seeing none, I'll close the public comment section off at this time and move on to commission comments, and we'll start with Commissioner McKinley.
We're good. But here we go. Tuesday, I had a busy day all day Tuesday. I was on In Focus on Key-Man morning. Alex was also there to discuss, they had a Facebook Live event that the health department had later Tuesday discussing COVID and kids. There's also there holding a vaccination event on May 20th at Potter Hall, primarily for youth 12 to 16, but all are welcome. And I'm sure there's going to be plenty of stuff coming out about that too. And on my part, I discussed the church demolition, the upcoming deadline to register for local and city school board elections, road and bridge sales tax that will be on the ballot in November. After K-Man, I went to Flint Hills Veterans Coalition. They're busy planning the Veterans Day parade and ceremony. And they said previously the K-State ROTC has set up and taken out barricades blocking the parade route along points, but they said they can't do it this year. And they pointed at me and said, maybe the county could do something for that. So I said, well, I'd work on it, but I said, well, what do you need? How many people and what do you do? And they go, we don't know. Roxy always took care of it. So they're contacting them to find out what is involved. And once I find out, I'll send something out and see if we can get some volunteers to take care of that for them. And then Tuesday evening, I attended the Riley City Council. I updated them on what we've been doing, including the fact that the sales tax, if the sales tax is passed, it will continue the distributions that they have been receiving. And I brought up the deadline for filing for city offices and the fact that no one had filed yet in Riley. And Wednesday evening, attended Randolph City Council and gave them basically the same report that I'd given Riley. When I mentioned they also had no one filed for office, one of the council members said, why should I pay the $20 fee for a volunteer position? I'll be asked to fill it anyway.
I was going to say that's typically what happens.
And that's kind of what
for decades.
Yeah.
Going on for decades.
Yeah. And they said it's that way every year. I went, okay, I just was bringing it up, but that's about it.
Okay, Commissioner Foki.
Okay, Tuesday, well, I wasn't quite as busy this week here as I was last week, but Tuesday caught up on messages and emails from Monday and worked on projects at my house. Evening, I went to the Personnel Support Committee at my church and we reviewed staff job descriptions, made plans for saying goodbye to our pastor who is leaving at the end of May, which everybody's pretty sad about that. So. Wednesday morning, I met at the Wareham events venue with the county attorney, his office staff, both judges Clancy and the people who lease the event space. Looks like it's going to work well for jury selection. And Clancy is working with the events people to work on an agreement lease for us to review prior to their next court date, which is our jury selection, which is on May 27th. So that will be coming up soon. Afterwards, I did grocery shopping for common table meal for 80 people, which is always a chore. And got it delivered over to the church. And after that, I had a doctor's appointment, worked in my yard, and reviewed documents for today's meeting. So that's that.
Okay, well, I mean, it looks like a lot on paper here, but it really isn't. But Tuesday afternoon, I did join in on NACO's national membership call. They took some time to provide an in-depth overview of the recent released guidance from the U.S. Treasury on our state and local fiscal recovery funds. Additionally, the Treasury opened a new portal that counties will have to complete to receive those funds. I'm sure Tammy and everybody, Apple and Rich's office is working on that currently. These funds will also have a separate portal and set up for municipalities as well. I'm not for sure all that information from the city. Maybe we get an email or something down the road from the league. I don't know, but total was $65.1 billion. That was set aside for over 3,000 counties and direct flexible aid to assist in crucial investments and for obviously our local communities and regions. Riley County's total is $14,418,696. Did I get that right? Is that what you're tracking?
$7 million tracks per year.
Correct. And some of those fundings have some different deadlines that actually extend all the way out to 2023. So our National Association will be providing a little bit more in-depth analysis with those guidelines as they kind of move forward here. I didn't hear when that first allotment was coming.
It's coming after we have a document that we have to have the county commissioner sign off on. Clancy's putting a commission agenda report together that way he can explain to you exactly what it means. And once we sign that, then we send that in and then we get our first allocation.
Okay, so that's part of that process. I just figured you would know that at this point in time because I didn't. So, and that of course will help. They'll be available to help assist counties in this process if need be as well. So it was a good informational meeting. Tuesday afternoon, I spoke with Robin Cole from County Mental Health on a couple of different items, including a discussion that we had started along with Julie last year about what some combined facilities and services and stuff may or may not look like. Of course, I got interrupted like everything did. And I guess now we're kind of getting to that point where maybe we can start discussing that once again. So we had a good conversation about that. I would suggest that we'll see a presentation. She spoke to her foundation board the other night as well. I'm not sure how that went yet, but we'll have some kind of a presentation on what those needs are. And maybe during our county officials luncheon next month, or maybe just right after that. I don't know how that'll work out just yet, but it's coming, just so you're aware. So lastly for me, I have my monthly national teleconference call with the NACO's Community Economic Workforce and Development Steering Committee, so I'm a member of. One of the topics of discussion there was a presentation from Mike Walter, who's the division chief of the Office of Apprenticeships from the United States Department of Labor, on the new apprenticeship committee that's being put together and an initiative that's kind of coinciding with it, and be a lot of easier work to work through the states on that. And I think Kansas is one of the states that has this. So something I'll look into and just kind of check out and see if it's appropriate for some things that we're trying to do here, obviously. Katie Sullivan, Program Manager from Resilience Economies and Communities, talked about a report they're putting together called Planning for the Future for Work Amidst a Global Pandemic. Full report on that is expected in June, but they were just kind of talking about the process they did and how they were combining the information. And so when that comes out, we'll check that out and see what that's all about. So Aaron Hurley, NACO's Associate Legislative Director on Finance, Pension, and Intergovernmental Affairs, gave a same presentation on this new U.S. Treasury guidance. I won't go through it again because I just basically mentioned it in the first point there. But and lastly, some information was given on the upcoming annual conference and exposition in July. It's in, one of those counties in Maryland, in the DC area, mid-July. And they discussed the opening of the policy resolutions that could be submitted for that particular event too. And that's now online. I was just going to go ahead and say at some point in time, I have to make a decision on that ourselves for going, not going, and who the voting member for that was going to be. And I was just going to already suggest that I'm going to attend, but I'm going to do it virtually, not in person. So just thought I'd go ahead and throw that out there. And that's all I've got. So we can go ahead and move on to some business now.
First item is resolution reappointing county appraiser.
Is that once every 4 years?
Commissioner Spicer, I can't answer. It is every 4 years.
Okay.
The current appointment expires at the end of June
Okay.
of this year.
Okay.
And normally what we do is we fill out a business meeting.
Okay.
It's up to you whether or not you make the appointment. We've never had one that's contested.
No.
And it's
Well,
your
yeah, we
decision.
can't say that. But
Yeah, well, we'll
not with the current appraiser.
Exactly. I'll say never. I'll say never.
Yeah, it's
Usually
yeah.
it's pro forma, but it's an important thing to get done because under the statutory scheme, each appointment lasts 4 years.
Well, I would make a motion to approve the resolution reappointing the county appraiser.
I'll second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded on a resolution appointing county appraiser for another 4 years. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All three, please.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Next item we have is retail dealers 2021 cereal malt beverage license for Ryan Flat, Fritz Farm.
Yeah, that's specifically for June 11th.
Yeah,
Just a one.
yeah, he's got a concert out there.
Yeah.
Oh,
that
is
they're
that
doing
what it is?
outdoors. Yeah, on the, I guess the adjacent field to the south. They did a couple of them last fall, so it's just difference this time is instead of waiting till the week of. That's for the
Actually got it.
Yeah, he's doing it a little earlier. So
Understanding the process.
yeah,
Yeah.
it's all good. Standard, pretty standard.
Need a motion to approve.
Yeah. I moved to sign the retail dealers 21 cereal malt beverage license for Ryan Platt for June 11th, 2021 only.
I would second that.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded on the cereal malt beverage license for Ryan Platt, June 11th. All those in favor?
Aye.
That one there, and then on this one, we both sign on the same line. So
Okay. Okay. Yeah, this is set up a little differently.
Yeah, that's certificate. That's a little odd. Both of you sign on the same line.
Good thing for us, we both have short names.
Next, EMS kitchen remodel change order number 1.
Need a motion?
Yep.
Oh, I move to approve change order 1 for the EMS kitchen remodel.
Yes, I would second that.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded on the change order for the EMS kitchen remodel. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Next, plaza reservation request for the health department, for May 25th, 2021, from 9:15 a.m. to 3:30 p.m.
Okay, that's for the purpose of vaccinations, and who are you marketing to for that day?
Yeah, so that's for the purpose of vaccinations. We will have 100 Johnson & Johnson vaccines there, first come, first serve. We're not having a sign up. Looking at individuals who are coming and going from offices here, and also employees who have not yet been vaccinated in the county. So.
Okay, that sounds like a good idea. Have you ever thought about setting up a booth over at the farmer's market on Saturday?
Yes, we've been in
There's a lot
touch
of
with farmers
people
market.
there.
They were not in favor of
Oh,
that.
really?
Yeah.
That's too bad.
So, yeah,
There's a lot of people that go through
Yeah.
that. Right?
we thought that'd be a great place, but
I move to approve plaza reservation request for the health department for May 25th, 2021, 9:15 to 3:30 for vaccine clinic.
Yeah, I would second that.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded on action for a plaza reservation request. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
thank you.
Thank you.
Next, tax roll correction. And not small.
Yeah, was that, my understanding, that the part of that bill is tax exempt because I
Yeah.
assume the 4-H is using it themselves.
Yes,
Maybe they weren't
for each
before.
foundation.
Is that, you know, because before it was all taxable and that's.
Correct.
It's not.
It's a big one.
Yeah,
Okay, and which, I know that's where the Dickens Professional is. I didn't realize that the 4-H foundation, the foundation was in there. So,
yeah, I didn't either.
It's an adjustment for BODA. As it says down there in the comments, Board of Tax Appeals.
Okay, I move to approve the tax roll correction.
second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded on approval of tax roll correction for 4-H Foundation. All those in favor?
Aye.
Next, I have the appraiser's website contract with Sunflower Appraisals.
I moved to approve the appraiser's website contract with Sunflower Appraisals.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded on contract with Sunflower Appraisals. All those in favor? Aye.
There's two of those are yours.
That's for Clancy. Right, okay. Okay. We have the wrong tab.
Yeah, they're various locations in there.
Locations for people. Huh?
Yeah.
Just two.
Okay, John. Next, Rutherford County Personnel Action Form, Michael Huffman for a transfer Public Works asphalt crew to Public Works Traffic Control as a traffic control technician, and then runs the day, and EMT, paramedic, EMS ambulance department separation of service. All three, please. You. Next, the Commissioner County items for the Grove City County meeting.
Is that the city this time around?
I believe
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
What kind of regulations are they talking about? The jurisdiction regulations, or did that come through you or the city?
They don't give us any details. They just put the topic on there.
Okay, so the city clerk is the one who schedules those agenda items.
Well, it probably comes from the city management to do that. Mhm.
The only thing I can think of right now that may be worthy of discussion is SB 13. I don't know if we have enough, know enough. I don't.
Yeah. Potentially. Yeah, that's
So to start kind of budget, that'd be a good.
gonna really determine what the governing bodies do.
That's
Yeah,
so much.
that's part of my budget presentation today too. Mhm.
That's something I can think of. Like I said, I don't know if we have clear, definitive information to roll with that yet or not. So.
Okay, I was just curious.
Okay. And, oh yeah, one thing, Good Morning Manhattan, it's Thursday, May 20th. 7:45, would all three like to attend?
Yeah, that's fine.
Is it in person or Zoom?
Doesn't say here.
I was talking to Jason about that, and he said they were going to continue to do those on Zoom for a while, but they're.
Oh, I saw something said something about it. in person, but
Oh, really?
I don't remember where it was now. I don't,
Well, they had the after hours
Yeah.
last night in person, but I don't know.
And we're
why
doing
they-
the
they're
monthly
doing that.
meetings in person again over at Farm Bureau. I'm good either way. We can do
Really?
Zoom here with breakfast, or I guess,
They do have breakfast there if they have it there.
We will double
Yeah.
check and I'll
Okay.
send you just an email to see if it's in person or Zoom,
Okay.
but all of you want to attend?
yeah, it's
Yeah.
on.
Yes.
Clancy, you want to attend?
It's Zoom, yeah.
Okay. Then either way, I'd imagine Clancy, they would have the option of both probably, so you could probably attend by Zoom,
That's, so.
but we'll check.
Yeah.
We'll check on that.
Thank you.
Yep. Thank
That's
you.
at 7:30, right?
7:45 is when program starts. If we have it here, we generally have breakfast here about 7:30, so we'll get that answer. Okay, then ready for the minutes from the board is,
Yeah, for some reason, I have to keep logging in to get to the minutes. I'm not,
I want you to see them.
I'm not, normally they just pull right up, so. Okay, is everybody ready to go?
Yeah.
Okay, we'll start with page 1. Page 2. Page 3. Page 4. Page 5. Page 6. Page 7. Page,
Mr. Chairman, I do have one on page 7. Small.
Okay.
Clancy Olman, Raleigh County Council, Riches. On page 7, number 16, under my admin time. The second sentence, beginning Olman stated the courts. Just change is or are. Right after courts.
and I'm trying to find it.
The courts are going to get your work. Yeah.
I remember writing it, but.
It's 1, 2, 3, the fourth line, yeah.
No, I just can't find the section at all. It's not, yeah. You said what section, Clancy?
It's number 16, and it's under my
administrative work session.
administrative time. Second sentence of that paragraph.
Oh, that would probably help.
Olman stated the courts.
I'm having trouble here. Let me- Oh, sorry.
No, that's okay. This is.
Okay, now can you tell me what it was, Clancy? I got it up now.
Okay, the second sentence,
Mhm.
beginning Olman stated the courts, just right after courts, just change it to are, please. Courts are,
Gotcha.
that's it.
Gotcha.
There's a lot of
Thank you.
small
Thank
change. Sorry about
you.
that.
No, no problem.
We're just cutting into your time, that's all.
I was having trouble. No, we're not into it yet. Thank you.
Okay, good on page 7 then, so we'll go to page 8. Page 9.
I have something on there. And it's, it's in section 19,
Uh-huh,
Rich, way down, that's a long one. The period, it starts as McKinley.
uh-huh.
It says following, sanctuary is built with the same builder and the stone pattern does not match that. Said the stone pattern does match with the original, but the additions do not match.
Okay, I'm trying to.
I was wondering about
The
that.
stone patterns do not match.
Yeah, the stone pattern does match on the original building, but does not match on the additions.
Does match with the church, but not on the addition.
Yeah,
Gotcha.
Plural.
additions.
Additions.
Yeah.
Okay, gotcha, thank you.
Okay, good there then. Move on to page 10. Page 11. Page 12.
The long one.
Yeah.
I moved
Page
to approve. excuse me, I move to approve the minutes, the amended minutes for the May 10th meeting.
Second.
Been moved and seconded on the minutes, now amended minutes for the May 10th, 2001 meeting. All those in favor?
Aye.
The tentative agendas, look, commissioners.
Still got a few long days, but that's part of the process.
Not quite as long as
Not quite.
the last couple.
True.
Any items for next week's press conference?
No. Anybody else? Nothing? Okay.
Morning, Commissioners, Clancy Holden, Counselor. Need to ask for indulgence, I'd like to ask for about 5 minutes to bring down the motion I need you to use for the executive session. And don't forget that after this morning.
Okay.
You don't have that memorized yet?
I do, but every time I do, somebody changes it on me.
Is it the one that's on here, Clancy? And you want me to just read it?
If you've got the one,
Just changes from pending to potential?
well, no, because it needs to say more than that.
Okay, I'm sorry.
No, it's okay.
Yeah, that's a real
I'm
long.
trying to save you some time.
No, I understand. I just, those are to comply with what the AG needs to be done.
It's okay. I can practice my breathing exercises leading up to it.
That changeover for the EMS kitchen flooring, that took it, redid the kitchen in Manhattan, had kitchen carpet on it. I took that, there's no way a kitchen carpet underneath it. We took that up, there's another mold under that.
You just do some strange things in places.
It took not as long as it took, we put a nice put down floor, it took a while to put a different pattern, but we kept peeling up floors and peeling up floors.
Yeah, I wanted to tell you at our lunch break, I have to run home and back. So if I'm a little late, I'm on my way.
Okay.
I don't have my dog walker today, so I have to go let the dog out.
What time do we have him? I guess I didn't.
Yeah, we have like
Pretty much an hour and 20 minutes. Or thereabouts.
Yeah.
I should,
The land over there.
in case not, you know, don't worry.
Thanks, sir.
You didn't have anything else prior? Okay, 9:20 then? Okay. I move the county commission, including Chairman Ford, Commissioner McKinley, and Commissioner Boki, recess into executive session on potential litigation for the purpose of consultation with Clancy Holman, Riley County Counselor, attorney for the commission, which would be deemed privileged in the attorney-client relationship, an exception to the Kansas Open Meetings Act, the open meeting to resume in the county commission chamber at 9:20 a.m.
I'll second.
It's been moved and seconded. All those in favor?
Aye.
All right. Go ahead and move that the Board of County Commission come out of executive session.
Second.
Okay, been moved and seconded. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. I will also move that the record reflect no binding action was taken during the executive session.
Second.
Okay, been moved and seconded. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. And back to the agenda. We got Dave Willis for Parks. Yeah.
Morning, my name is David Willis, Riley County Parks, here to discuss the agenda for, Ogden had some money that they had requested to put in CIP so they could be used on a restroom project. But they have since decided that they're not gonna do those restrooms currently. So it's simply just transferring funds back to other communities. And so if you've seen that, it's basically gonna finish out what Randolph Park was wanting to do in regards to the retaining wall. They had gotten damaged as railroad ties that they caught on fire during burning season. And they didn't quite have enough money to finish that. So they're just transferring partially some of that money to finish off that. So they have the total budgeted amount of funds that they thought they'd need. And then the remaining part of that was going to go to Keats Park to pay for some mulch within the playground.
It seems all those parks things, this money comes up, the communities and everything have been good about transferring, somebody needs some extra, they give a little extra to this one this year and next year, it goes somewhere else.
Correct. And this is my third year working with them, and everybody's great at working with one another and sharing funds if whoever needs it, or someone doesn't use something, transferring that to another community so they can use it. So this is just another one of those occurrences.
Along the Randolph Park, the retaining wall that's showing here for 14,886. For the retaining wall and fence, I don't show any, was that paid already, or will there still be a remaining balance?
They haven't done the work yet.
They haven't done
Okay.
the work yet.
They discussed it
so-
last night, so.
Oh, okay. Okay, and so the Ogden amount left over will go partially to that and partially to Keats. Is that what you're
Correct.
saying? Okay.
Correct.
That sounds reasonable.
Yeah, excuse me. There's the motion. Yeah, I move to approve the fund transfer.
Yeah, I would second that.
Been moved and seconded on the transfer of CIP funds to Community Park. All those in favor?
Aye.
Thank you, David.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Have a good
Good
weekend.
weekend. Next commissioner, you have
Yeah,
Charlotte.
graduation for my.
I saw that. Congratulations. Is he planning on going to law school someplace else?
Yeah, I think he's gonna work on get some internships possibly this fall, it looks like, and then, maybe take the gap year and then apply.
Okay, I talked to him a few weeks back. He's some kind of undetermined just yet, so that's all right.
Yeah, well, college students or
Mhm.
kids, that's what happens sometimes, but yeah, I think that's fine.
Okay.
We'll see.
Well, congratulations.
Thanks.
And commissioners, good morning Manhattan is totally Zoom.
Okay.
So
Okay.
everyone on the same breakfast as before?
Sure.
Catherine, okay?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah,
Yep.
that was really good.
Yeah.
I thought Jason had said that they may plan on keeping the Zoom for a while because they're getting,
Yeah, I hadn't heard.
they're getting better attendance. We might ask him when he's here after a bit, but I think I remember having that conversation with him. And plus, they don't have to pay for facilities and wherever they have it at, posted at. It was at the country club when it stopped, but
That's what I'd seen. I can't find it out, but I'd seen something, but I wonder if there's just no lines because the conference is about meeting with the county club.
oh, they had a business after hours there.
Oh, maybe that's
Yeah,
what I
that's
was, maybe that's what I was confusing on.
Yep.
Yeah, that's fine.
Cheryl,
Hi. You're on next week today. Do you have time to talk? Yes, I'm fine. Around lunch or maybe around noon. Okay, yeah. Works for you. I'm doing this. We have- It's 12 to 1, I have to. Yep.
Hello,
How are you?
good.
Good morning.
When we're home, it's great. Sleep. Already. It's like whatever. It's great. It's matters. Trying to not bring back to shelter. You get your daughter right with your.
Saturday. Bring her home and bring the dogs with her. They're for.
That's the two, right?
Yeah. We ordered new kennels for them so that. Because my mom goes back to working at in the office. So.
Where's he, what's his husband?
He works with this lady. I can't tell you what he does now. His job has changed like 3 times.
Morning.
he thinks he still works at K-State.
These paychecks, I still see the paycheck.
As long as they keep the money coming in, you don't care where he works.
He goes to the basement every day and does something.
At home?
Yeah, I think that's where his office is now. I think they're saying, I think August is when he stated to go back to the office, I think. So, we'll see.
And they said the state of Kansas is starting to.
Yeah. Does he like working from home or?
He does not, but other people in his department love it. You know, IT, you know, I think there's just a range of
That's amazing.
personalities.
When we made staff stay home and they all came back, they were all like, thank you. I mean, the overwhelming majority of staff wanted to be back at work.
And that's how Martin is. He just kind of feels like, you know, he doesn't, there's no break in your day. You just, it's all there.
I think you work more and it's just, you know, Sometimes it's more disjointed, especially when the kids were remote learning, because the kids were home too, and so.
9:30, yep.
Just hang out here and just visit all morning.
It's all good. It's all good.
Bring coffee.
Cookies.
Cookies.
Good morning.
We'll
I'm
go
more
with that.
that German chocolate cake.
We can go with that too, yeah. Yeah. That was good.
Well, I don't bake, so it would have to be purchased, whatever it was. So Shiloh Hager, Riley County Treasurer, with the revenue numbers for the month of April. So as you can see here, we ended the month of April with a balance in the general fund of $16,830,938.13. And we ended the month with a balance of all funds of $63,144,509.88. You'll see here, we've got about 19 million sitting in our tax holding funds, which represents a lot of the second half tax collections, which those will be distributed on June 4th. So you will see that distribution in the next month's numbers. Our investment interest at the end of the month had a net to the general fund of $72,487.69, which of our $200,000 that we have budgeted represents 36.24%, which has been collected, which is 2.91% over what was budgeted for the year. We have year-to-date interest in the CIP fund from the radio funds of $1,502.78. Our interest rate on the checking account went down compared to last month. Last month it was 0.03%. This month it was a whopping 0.02%. And we did not receive any bids on any of the active investments that we had mature in the month of April. Our general fund revenue detail is, we ended the month with total revenue in the general fund of $703,044.56, which is 11.23% over what was budgeted for the month. And year-to-date through the month of April, after we take into consideration any of the transfers that were made into the general fund, we are sitting over a budget of 20.72%. And if you look at our total percent of what has been collected in the general fund, we have collected 62.35% of total budgeted revenues through the end of April. Sales tax, we deposited $304,592.19 into our two sales tax line items, the general fund and the road and bridge capital fund, which is 21.84% over what was budgeted for the month. You can see here it's 10.16% over what we had brought in at this same time last year. Year to date, we have collected 9.57% of the total amount of sales tax that we have budgeted for the year. And then I can show you here in year to date, we are 3.44% higher than where we were this time last year. And you compare just April sales tax, it's up 9.15% compared to April of last year. And these numbers all represent February sales. So this would have all been taken into account right before the pandemic started. And then I just started, since you asked for this information after I left last month, I decided to go ahead and start including this in your information. So what you can see here is a breakdown, the use tax that made up our total sales tax, which for April. That was $174,167.99, and then sales tax was $667,765.52. Like I explained to you in my email that I sent out to you, on the use tax, there's really that's all online sales, but it also represents sales that take place outside of the county and the delivery point is within the county. So I called sales tax division to see if there was any other way to report that, and they agreed that there really wasn't. So hopefully you find this information useful and what you were wanting to know. Any questions on any of that? Okay, I'll just give you a little information about what's kind of going on in the treasurer's office right now. This morning I ran an abstract to kind of see where we are on tax collections. And as of May 12th, which was yesterday's numbers, we have an outstanding outstanding tax collections of 5.83%. And comparatively for this same time last year, we had an uncollected percentage of 6.81%. So our tax collections for this year are coming in right on track. We had 15,920 titles and renewals through the month of April. And comparatively for the same time last year, we had 13,024. So March was when we had closed to the public. So we saw a big decrease in our titling during that period, but we more than made up for it by the end of the year. We also processed 429 driver's license transactions in the month of April. I kind of feel like we're going to see, I think our driver's license is still going to be pretty active now that they've extended the Real ID to May of 2023. There's not going to be that big rush now. And I think a lot of people at this point will be able to get their Real ID in the course of just renewing their licenses. So I don't think we're going to see as many people coming in just to get the Real ID now that that has been extended out. Like I mentioned, we will be doing the next tax distribution here at the end of this month for a disbursement date of June 4th. And just another reminder to the public that we are going to a new appointment system / walk-in system. I'm going to be working with Alice to have those links put on the website, but I'm very happy to report that since we made the announcement, people that have called in, we've already made several appointments going out for the next couple of weeks. So the staff's really excited about that, being able to maybe kind of get a handle on seeing, letting people schedule their time better. So with that, that's about all I have for this month. Do you have any questions for me or anything I can provide for you?
I'm good.
Wow, I hope you're this easy on everybody. Well, thank you very much, and I look forward to seeing you all next month.
Sounds good.
Thank you, Shiloh.
You're welcome.
Next commissioner, Jason Smith, 9:45.
Have a great weekend.
You too.
Yes.
You, sir. No, I'm okay.
Do you have problems with your laptop always losing charge? Mine, I'll have it in my pack, take it home, take it out the next day and it's gone, the battery is done.
Oh, right. Well, I haven't ever taken it. If I'm using it, I come down here,
Oh,
I carry
yeah,
it.
okay.
Mine's plugged in all the time, so
Oh,
I
okay,
don't know how
well,
to charge it. I don't know whether it lasts.
I don't know if there's an internal battery that needs to be replaced. I need to check with IT, I guess, because it's just like, I didn't even use it and
Yeah.
there's nothing going on, so.
Get you kind of what I've been thinking about.
KCCR.
No, I sent Cindy that information, all that. I mean, so she asked you guys about it. I'll see if there's any more detailed information.
We were, I think, just wanting to know if there was, just only in person, if there was a hybrid or virtual or whatever.
Okay.
One there.
Morning. Yeah. Industrial bell.
There we go. We used to do a, back in the days, in-person networking events.
Uh-huh.
We're having one last
Yeah.
night, so good, but we used to do a little kind of spotlight morning event.
Yeah,
You know,
yeah.
so it's first thing in the morning, we drank a little bit of coffee and all that. Use a bike cord when it's people's, you
Ooh.
know, their 90 seconds was up.
Yeah.
Stand up and share for the
Oof. Yeah, that'll wake you up, that's for sure.
Gets the job done.
Well, it is 9:45 now, so Bill or no Bill, it's
It's that time.
that time, yeah. Yeah, you take it.
Okay. Send a couple things down the road here. Good morning, Commissioners. Darren Solden, Economic Development Director of the Manhattan Area Chamber of Commerce. Good to see you 2 weeks in a row.
Yeah.
So, obviously, we were just here last week with budget requests, and so, you know, taking kind of a 30,000 foot view of some things and overviewing activities and what's coming up in the future. I wanted to highlight a couple things specifically this morning. Also brought along Amber Wilhelm, who is our talent strategies coordinator at the Chamber. She's going to talk a little bit about some of the talent attraction, retention, outreach efforts that we're doing, and give a little more detail about that. There's a couple handouts there. One covers that talent side of our operation, and then the other one highlights the last couple of years of our Greater Manhattan Economic Partnership marketing efforts, and a little bit more about that campaign. So I'm going to start there. This was there was a lot of work done back in late 2019, early 2020. With the Greater Manhattan Economic Partnership, or GMAP, which is the partnership between the Manhattan Area Chamber of Commerce and Potawatomi County Economic Development. So basically, we're covering this 2-county area with that partnership to really ramp up the quality of the marketing efforts that we're doing on business attraction. And so that entity's goal is to be out there and you know, highlighting this region's strengths and promoting it to companies as when it comes to our business attraction, business recruitment efforts. And so that included new websites and included a branding toolkit, specific information on animal health and science, biosecurity and food safety, crop science, grain science, and milling. So really building off some of the strengths that we have, not just in this area and at K-State, but within the greater animal health corridor, and leveraging some of those strengths. And at the same time, with NBAF coming on and getting closer and closer to completion, and then from a construction standpoint, and then starting commissioning everything else. Obviously, there's news around that we can leverage, and then COVID hit, right? So, you know, good, bad, or different. At that point, we were able to say, hey, there is some key things, and there was some national news. There was a piece in the Hill in Washington D.C. on the importance of funding NBAF and NBAF's mission, and so we were able to leverage some of that press and that awareness that was created at that time to say, hey, there's a lot of potential here in the future for things related to study of zoonotic diseases, trying to address or stop future pandemics or spread from animal diseases to humans. And this is really the center of gravity for those efforts. And so that campaign then became a content creation campaign and a content curation campaign. So working with a group of communicators at the university, at NBAF, and with a marketing firm, developed a significant amount of content that's gone out across all of the Greater Manhattan Economic Partnership platforms, on social media, on the website. I would encourage you, and it's listed here on the front page of that update, but greatermanhattan.org. Take a look there. You can click through to the social media as well. There's really a wealth of content there as well, whether it be technical about research and things like that that's going on here, or opportunities for companies to come here and partner on research, whether that be with K-State or with other entities. There's also a fair amount of information there about living here and doing business here. And so the idea being that those peer-to-peer stories and communications is oftentimes where we can best connect with businesses and with business owners and managers. And so that campaign, I feel we've done a significant amount of work and really come a long, long way over the last 18 months or so there. And just wanted to kind of give you that update and then encourage you to check out that content online and on social media. And then the most recent piece of that, starting here at the beginning of the year, we started a monthly, very targeted email campaign for site selectors and commercial real estate folks. And so promoting success stories in and around the area, whether that be things that have been accomplished through GMAP, whether it be projects like the Bev Hub project out by the airport in the business park. those folks like seeing success stories. Obviously, it's their business to make deals and find solutions for companies. And so when you're a community that in a region that shows that you're willing to work with folks and interested in finding successful solutions for businesses, that's what they're looking for. So we're really trying to promote those success stories, promote assets that are here that they can leverage, and then promote real estate opportunities. So, industrial developable land, space with co-location or location adjacent to the university for those interested in that sort of thing. And so that's all being highlighted then as part of that email marketing campaign. So again, excited where that's going. And we've made a significant amount of progress, I feel, in the grand scheme of things in a relatively short amount of time. So I encourage you to check that out. And I'm always happy to sit down and talk some more about that too. If you feedback or if there's groups or others around the community, around the county, around the region that would have an interest in knowing what we're doing there, we're always happy to come talk to them about it as well. Highlight a couple, in Jim's place, I want to highlight a couple military related things. The Victory Week is coming up in June. There will be a joint on the 9th of June. There will be a joint, the typical MRC lunch. There's a joint lunch there between our folks in Manhattan and the folks from Junction City. That will take place up on Post at Riley's, and General Sims, Commanding General Sims, will be the speaker at that. There's also a number of other activities going on over the course of that week. I know there's a golf outing. There's numerous activities going on Post. So keep an eye out for that as information goes out from Janet about those activities on Post. And then the last thing we want to highlight, and obviously be happy to answer any questions, is some of the efforts that Amber is doing. And I think going back to when George was here, I believe a month or 2 months ago, with the business conditions report, we provided you a copy of. Really three really big things we saw from that, and right up at the top of the list was hiring and retaining talent. And so, across the board, from those major and primary employers, we heard that over and over and over again. There were things related to housing. There were things related to childcare. And there were things related to economic diversification and recovery from COVID, whether it be K-State related or community business related in general. But the thing that we heard the most was related to talent and workforce. And so obviously we were working on those things prior to that, but it really provides a significant amount, I think, of justification for the efforts that are going on. We brought Amber on in September. Yep. Sound right? All right, September as our talent strategies coordinator. She's been working over on the Convention Visitors Bureau side of the house before that, but she's hit the ground running. Also very active with our young professionals group HYPE. But she's going to highlight some of the activities that she's been involved in the spring. We felt that there was a good opportunity, and looking at what some other communities have done successfully, to do outreach to universities and colleges and promote Manhattan opportunities. So we started a couple of years ago doing this through K-State, where a lot of local businesses aren't necessarily going to the K-State all university career fair. Promoting opportunities, but you've got big corporations and companies from Kansas City and Dallas and all over the place coming in and recruiting kids out of K-State. And so we had approached our local chamber membership and then working with our regional economic development partners saying, hey, we can promote these opportunities to K-State students. And maybe some of these businesses can't get out, can't take the time off, can't get up to K-State to do it. But if they share those opportunities, we'll promote them as a community. So we've taken that model now and spread it basically across a 5-state region. And Amber's been in contact with over 30 universities and colleges. And we're starting to do some outreach now to community colleges and technical schools and because we've talked to a lot of our manufacturing and fabrication folks around the area, people in various different industrial fields that are expressing some needs there as well. So schools, veteran career fairs, et cetera, the whole list is there on your sheet, but I'd welcome Amber up to talk a little bit more about that campaign and some of her experiences talking to students over the last 3-4 months.
Thank you. Good morning. Great to be with you all. Thank you so much for this opportunity. Yes, as Darren mentioned, my name is Amber Wilhelm. I recently began as a talent strategies coordinator, I guess back in September of 2020. So it's been a lot of fun engaging students and veterans transitioning military to promote Manhattan and promote the job opportunities here. As Darren mentioned, our business retention and expansion manager, George Can, he had identified with several large employers that we have a need for attracting and retaining talent in Manhattan. And so this past spring, I have been engaging, again, students and transitioning military to promote the opportunities here in Manhattan and the great community that Manhattan is. So that has been a lot of fun. Those have been primarily connected virtually. So I've been in the 5-state region really promoting those opportunities here in Manhattan. And again, the opportunity as it regards to job opportunities here, and then as the Manhattan community in general as a whole. So that has been a lot of fun, and we've received a lot of great engagement, both from our students that are about to enter the workforce and then our transitioning military as well. So as we have identified that as a major need in our area, we have also partnered with a local marketing company to create a campaign called Made for Manhattan. And Made for Manhattan will really work to attract new residents of Manhattan, prospective residents of Manhattan, and then also HR professionals. They'll be using those resources to attract talent to Manhattan. So we're really, really excited about that effort. That we look to have that launch here in the near future. So we're excited about that. I'm excited about promoting the opportunities. We look into the fall. I have gotten a few save the dates. I anticipate that many of those will move in person. So we're really looking forward to engaging students in person this upcoming fall. I imagine that some might be held virtually still, but again, we're still very, very, very much excited to promote opportunities here and express that to students and transitioning military. I haven't mentioned, but I was a recent graduate from K-State, so it's been great to connect with young professionals and just share of the immense opportunity that there is in Manhattan, the growth opportunity that is here as well. So it's been great to engage those folks, and being in a stage similar to that at one point, it's great to just connect with them and share the opportunity here. So I'm happy to answer any questions regarding that, but just want you to know that it's been a major success this past spring.
Obviously, if there's any, folks reach out to you about those type of issues, feel free to send them to us. Amber sits down and meets individually with a lot of businesses, helps connect them with opportunities to hiring, and really be a great advocate.
We work at a place with very large need right now too, so fully aware.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. So that's some good communication there as well.
Yep.
So.
Okay. Thank you both for being here this morning.
Absolutely.
Have a
Thank
wonderful
you.
weekend.
So I think your help both on that business and Riley seems to have worked. They're ready to make the transition.
Good. Yep. And I think hopefully we've got some tools that we can use from a gap financing standpoint. Some state programs that would help administer some for that, explain to that as well.
Yeah.
So this works. It's one by one, and a lot of that's a great thing. That's been one of the great things about having Amber on board is her willingness to get out there and just sit down with companies and understand their needs. And George is the same way. We've got a great team that's all about just getting out there and getting in front of people and understanding their needs, and then working to find solutions. And the reality on a lot of what we're doing, whether it's business transition or it's helping with workforce and talent issues, is that it is not always easy solutions, and it does take some effort and some legwork. And so it's great to have a team that's willing to do that. So we appreciate the support on those efforts as well.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Thank you.
Yep. Thank you.
Yeah.
Aaron, thank you, Amber.
Yes,
Appreciate it.
absolutely.
Yeah. Have a good weekend.
We'll do.
Yes,
Yes,
you
too.
too.
Enjoy it.
How's Julie?
Good, how are you?
I'm all right.
She's back
Your
again.
stuff.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Do we need to move the county board of health for this?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. Please.
We'll do that here in just a second.
Clock strikes.
10 a.m. Boom. Okay, we'll make a motion that we move from the Board of County Commission and reconvene as the Board of County Health.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All right, good morning. Good morning. Here's my monthly report, and starting with the budget, which I provided for you. I'll give explanations here for the highlighted areas and its usual stuff. With the revenue, Kansas Health Foundation, we had 2 grants through the Kansas Health Foundation. The Health Equity Grant has ended. We're still working on the branding grant, but those funds were all received in the prior year. The Immunization Action Program, or IAP, COVID has caused delays in some of those vaccinations. The rest of them, it has to do with timing of payments, which is typical with grants. Expenses, it's all COVID related with those expenses in the highlighted area. Speaking of COVID, give an update real quick on that. Percent positive staying well under 5% since the beginning of the year. We did announce our very first variants of concern this week. I think something to point out here is that we'll treat those the exact same as we do any other case. Still the same isolation, same quarantine for their contacts. We'll get to a point where we won't report these anymore since it will be so common in the area. What we don't know yet is, again, if the vaccine will protect against all those variants. So that is to be determined. Hospital numbers are still low, anywhere from 0 to 1 individuals in the hospital at the time. As of yesterday, there was no one in the hospital, no COVID positive patients in the hospital. As far as testing, we will have Well Health for just a couple more weeks. Their last day will be May 28th. They are only seeing about 15 people per day. So once they leave, I'm sure our requests will increase a little. We'll start to advertise more that we do have the saliva-based tests available with a 1 to 2 day turnaround. Those are for asymptomatic or symptomatic individuals. We're also still doing symptomatic testing at the health department every day. We see anywhere from about 2 to 4 people come through with symptoms that we test every day. Our RADX team is offering testing with all of our mobile vaccine clinics, and we'll continue that throughout the rest of the summer. Their grant is up at the end of September, but there's talk about extending that through the next year. We are performing all vaccinations at the health department on Thursdays and Fridays. Today, we're doing boosters, and tomorrow we'll do our boosters at a Potter Fall since there's a chance of rain. We do have some events planned this month, as you've already heard about the event next Thursday, which we're really excited about. We have a lot of different places donating items and donating food to this event, so it's really exciting to hear that. So we'll have prizes available. We'll have all of our programs from the health department there with teams with their information about their program. We also have some other entities that are going to be there that cater more to that age group. We'll also have a DJ, so it'll be a kind of a fun event, but in a safe environment. So we're hoping to see a lot of people next Thursday. We also have plans to go back to $7 Church on Sunday, the 23rd, for the booster shot for those 30 individuals that we saw 4 weeks ago. We'll give those Moderna boosters. And we will also, with permission that you gave earlier this morning, we will be at the parking lot here on the 25th from 10 to 3, getting those Johnson & Johnson vaccines. And I will say, back on the vaccination, so I mentioned that we'll be doing Thursdays and Fridays. Starting next week, it'll just be Thursdays and Fridays at the health department for first and second doses. We're seeing a decline in our demand, so we're just doing 2 days a week from here on out. A lot of health departments are doing just 1 day a week. I've seen some chatter on the listserv yesterday. They're just doing 1 day a week because demand is so low. We'll continue with 2 days a week until we start to see that demand go down. As far as grants, I submitted a grant application to the CDC Foundation to enhance vaccine rates. This is for the flu and the COVID rates. I'm still waiting to hear back from them. And I also have submitted that Kansas Health Foundation Impact Grant looking at changing behaviors. So this was the incentive grant to incentivize our prevention programs. Still waiting to hear back from that as well. Staff updates, knock on wood, we are fully staffed for our regular staff at the health department. We are still looking at hiring another full-time temporary medical clerk for our clinic in response to COVID. We did hire Ruth Ott. She is a contact tracer, one of our best contact tracers, but she wanted something more full-time and for a little bit longer. So she did apply for one of the temporary medical clerk positions, and we hired her. She'll start next Monday. As far as program updates, I have a lot to report on our programs. They're really busy getting back to normal. Our WIC dietitians are developing nutrition education materials and videos to highlight that future dollar increase allowance of fruits and vegetables. So I mentioned this, I think, last month. For the summer, from June and through September, they'll have quite an increase for fresh produce. So it went from $9 to $35 a family through the summer. So WIC is busy getting together information on that, of what to do with that produce and how to prepare different items. They're also working with the Food and Farm Council to help with that power of produce and other initiatives to increase access to healthy foods. So that's something that's taking place at the farmers markets starting this summer. And they're focusing on outreach initiatives to increase their caseload. Caseload has been dwindling, and that's been happening across the state. So they're looking at ways to recruit more people to the program. They're going to participate in the Victory Welcome and Pregnant PT at Fort Riley. They're also coordinating a traveling WIC banner in Pot County and having staff at the Head Start enrollment this week to try to recruit more clients. MCH is in the final stages of and is having Clancy review and approve the contract for the partnership with KSU counseling and therapy program. So the plan is to have a family therapy intern beginning June 1 to provide counseling and therapy services free of charge to all health department clients. So this would go beyond MCH clients. It would benefit both entities. So not only would it benefit our clients who need that, and it would be free of charge to them, but the intern then would get their clinical hours. They would be available 8 hours a week at the health department. So we're currently working on that MOU. The job description for the bilingual case manager position is complete. We're just waiting for McGrath to get the final placement. Position will hopefully be posted possibly next week. And the plan is to conduct interviews early June and then hire them July 1. Many MCH staff are assisting with the vaccine clinics, WebIZ entry, reconciliation, and doing their regular jobs. So they're very busy. The clinic is back to normal with their family planning, visits, immunizations, consultations. They're still doing COVID vaccines, of course. We do have all hands on deck at our big clinics, like on the 20th. Otherwise, with the smaller clinics there at the health department through the week, we're relying on the temporary nurses to do the COVID vaccine so that our regular nurses can get back to their regular duties. So. CCL Child Care Licensing is working on 3 complaints, one that included that emergency suspension that they served to Geary County a couple weeks ago. Not a fun thing to have to do, but definitely necessary in that situation. They've conducted 2 consults for new child care centers, one in Dickinson County and one in Pot County. They conducted a regulation review training by Zoom last Thursday. They had 45 participants, which is really high for that, so that's good. They've also done some fingerprinting. They fingerprinted 14 individuals so far. Raising Riley has also been really busy. They're finishing their 2nd round of Circle of Security parenting classes that started with 6 families participating. That's an 8-week course that requires parent participation for 2 hours per week. They're also resuming some in-person family engagement events. So they'll continue their Zoom alternative for those families that aren't ready to meet in person, but they are starting to meet in person now. Their next event is an outdoor storytime event on the lawn of the FCRC building on Thursday, May 20th. The book will be The Tiny Seed by Eric Carl, and families will have an opportunity to decorate a flower pot and plant some seeds. They'll supply those books and flower pots to the families, and those that are choosing to do the Zoom option will have a doorstep delivery. In June, the Raising Riley staff will host an event in City Park. They'll be using grant funds provided through the USD 383 K-Link grant to provide copies of Dr. Seuss's book, Seussisms, and activities will be provided based on a few of the Seussisms in the book. They're also partnering with the Food and Farm Council to help with the power of produce at the farmers market this summer. And the big highlight is they're doing Camp Kindergarten this year. Last year, they weren't able to do it because of COVID. So they're really excited to get that started this year. It's for children entering kindergarten that may not have had an opportunity to participate in a structured activity like this. It will be conducted through the month of June at Theodore Roosevelt Elementary School in partnership with USD 383. They have a maximum of 48 slots and they've already had 44 filled. So it's very exciting. And that is everything. Any questions?
Sounds like they're transitioning into regular working duties finally, huh?
Yeah. Yes, it's exciting.
Mhm. Okay, good deal.
Julie, do you, what are the variants that you've seen come in?
I have to look at the reports. Alice, do you know exactly which variants you've
It's
seen?
the UK.
They're all UK? Okay.
Well, there's one that was a strand of the California variant, but that's not one that's of concern by the CDC. But the other ones are the UK variant.
And they both recovered too, correct? Okay.
Okay, we haven't seen anything from India yet.
So,
Good.
yeah.
Okay, that's all I had. That's good.
Thank you.
Thank
Thank you,
you.
Julie.
Thank you.
Commissioner, you have John Element at 10:30.
You can recess.
Yeah, I'll go ahead and make a motion that we move from the Board of County Health and reconvene as the Board of County Commission.
I'll second.
We moved and seconded. All those in favor?
Aye.
Yeah.
I'm just church over here. You guys even spoken to those? Well, our church. Project. Grounds on around. People come in.
The only problem I would think would be
Well, I didn't know.
the broader, without like putting out for everything. I mean,
Yeah.
Inference, so it's other people.
Okay, well, yeah. I can see. Yeah. It's just- I'm sure they can let this- Yeah, wow, they're looking nice.
Because if we left all the materials in there, it'd be.
Yeah, I just didn't know.
I don't know anything about it. I mean, when we walked through it the first time. And then next time. We went to. But you were done tonight. No,
Well, I never let the night run there, it just kind of came up on looking at my church, I'm like, oh. I mean, yeah, they're all bunched up. So I just want that.
otherwise. You tell me what to do.
I don't know.
Yeah, I need to understand. People really-
You're always left now.
So if you would, oh yeah, you. Yeah. It's fine.
Well, I might be-
Permanent.
I know. I looked at it, I didn't, I don't know. Yeah. It was the standard size of shit. Anyway, turn the air conditioning down in here, or it's cold. I'm gonna get my blanket out. My feet, I don't have my boots on. Feet everywhere. Just
It got down in the upper thirties again last night.
I know, there was frost on the grass. Of course, I'm always cold trying to stop. You know, me.
For the fan off right there too. Which one is right on the right, I think.
Yeah.
Work on that. And so, because of financial issues that we're having, I guess, I think it is.
But so you wouldn't be more about, yeah, that's fine. If you got financial ideas, we'll take all of that. Then you know, I think it's good.
And we gotta do something like that, we gotta get that fixed.
I didn't feel like that. You know, recovery. Meanwhile, you said make that there's a couple questions about that.
Yeah, I think so too, but I'll get another email stuff, so. Yeah.
I think it's better, everybody will feel like it.
That's the person that maybe Sam, but if you could maybe ask him, you know, how much money it take to get to that affordable level of user fees of the
That's the best deal.
Sam.
Yeah, I've seen them all, but I think he's been working with them.
I'll write myself a note, I'll drop him an email.
I think we meet with him.
Okay.
I want to, well, just glancing at the emails in my, on my phone yesterday, I'm not sure if that was the public meeting or we're having a little meeting before we have it.
It'd have to be before we get it.
Yeah, we need to.
Let me know, I'll write myself a note.
Okay, I'll keep in mind.
And John, you may have sent an, you may have replied to me, I didn't see it, but does, that June 9th, in the afternoon?
Depends on what happens with the county commissioners conferences right during that time.
Oh, is it?
I think it's the 8th through the 10th, yeah.
Oh, is it?
Well, I mean, if they're doing it virtually, I mean, we could still probably make that work. Just slip out from whatever activities to take that meeting in for half hour, 45 minutes. I mean,
It is.
yeah.
Yeah.
I'm glad you mentioned that because I was going to mention that to you and I forgot. Busy times.
Maybe looking at the next week.
Yeah.
That day wasn't working out great for everyone anyway, knowing that it's like a half hour window with certain ones to attend. It's like rain chances all the way through like late next week.
Oh, yeah.
Pretty high chances. We'll see. I've had lots of high chances this year and I haven't gotten nothing.
What about temperatures? Are they going up?
70s. They're saying about 70s,
Yeah.
low to mid 70s. This weekend's actually cooler than what I thought it was going to be. Now Saturday, now 67 or so.
Night times are really cool.
Good for the stuff I got planted, but not so good for the stuff I still haven't finished yet.
Yeah, yeah.
Hey, John.
Morning, Commissioners.
Morning.
John Ellerman, Public Works. This morning I have in front of you a request to approve a change order for the Fairmont Heights Sewer Benefit District. The work has been completed as of April 19th. We did our final walkthrough. Change order was due to some seeding of areas where the septic tanks and service lines were in places that weren't necessarily figured right or known before when the plants were brought. So, and a little more area in that areas to go and put back to grass. Change order 1 reduced the area of patching because we put concrete in them instead to hurry to rush along and get it done. There was some, during our walkthrough, we found some areas on the edge of the payments where the contractor's equipment broke off the edge of payment. So this was to go back and replace them areas. Those are the two big, well, actually two only items on the change order. So the final increase in the project was $9,135 to a final contract amount of $453,230.70.
So, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
If the concrete was broken or damaged by the contractor, wouldn't they be liable for that rather than us?
If the pavement was in decent shape to begin with, it was pretty iffy. Not the best, so part of the project that was there. And money was put in for patching to begin with, but when there's a couple places we had to cut across the road, that's where we put the concrete in to get it moved along. But when, yeah, those were our costs because of the pavement condition to begin with, or else it would have probably broke.
And seeding, that seems really high for an acre, $6,500.
It's not as wide, at least it's just a narrow spot, right?
So
It's just
spot here, so it adds up to.
It wasn't one big acre.
Yeah, it wasn't one big piece, but and it was in backyards or they're in people's yards. That was the contract price that was bid for. It was just over the price or the amount.
How many hookups were involved in this? Sure.
Oh, almost cringe. I wasn't afraid. I hope you wouldn't ask.
The number that's popping in my head is Keats, so I hate to say.
Yeah, I'm not sure on this one either.
Forget, it's been a while since I've worked on Fairmont.
Was there upper twenties.
I'd say around 27, 28,
Yeah.
around in there, I think, if I remember right.
That was along Deeper Lane and Randall's Drive.
It's not as big as Keats, it's around 47, 48.
Keats is up 60.
Is it 60 now? Yeah.
Yeah. But was there already, is that connected to Manhattan? Is there already a connection across the river?
We tied into Manhattan Sewer,
They're already.
the lift station. I'm not, yeah. So and then the city pretty much takes,
Right.
taking it over from Mount Huron. And I don't remember if I gave you a form, a change order form to sign. Thank you. I'm looking at it, I think I forgot something.
I'd move to approve the Fairmont Heights Sanitary Sewer Benefit District improvements, change order number 2.
I'd second that.
It's been moved and seconded on the Fairmont Heights Sanitary Sewer Benefit District Improvement and Change Order 2. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
And so the final contract and final paperwork will come to you next week.
Okay.
Thank you.
Is just one?
Yep.
Okay.
Some other item on the agenda is to request an fill an open equipment operator 2 position. This position was vacated to the open traffic control position we approved a couple weeks ago. So we had an in-house employee move over to the traffic control from equipment operator. And he'll start those duties today. And so I need to fill this equipment operator position.
We signed this thing this morning.
Yeah, you can sign this transfer lateral move to this morning. And I think the gold sheet is here for you to sign out.
For the new one.
Take care of it, John.
No, I think we had it sent over.
I'd move to approve Public Works advertised to hire the open equipment operator 2 position.
I'll second that.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded on the equipment operator 2. All those in favor?
Aye.
All 3, please. Thank you, John.
Thank you very much.
Next, commissioners, you have Alice Massimi at 10:50. A little bit of break.
Oops,
I
sorry.
threw it away. No, it wasn't you, that's me. Yeah.
Sure. Yep. Excuse me. One over there. Here it is.
That's not it. Did Manhattan decide it's not what it's like?
I don't know, I haven't heard it. So, yeah, we all over there, so. Reaction. So, instead of, a couple days ago, I think we worked on it, and we did. Graduation Saturday.
No, it's actually just graduation, all right.
A mile from that car.
It's already a mile. Put a turn on 40,000. Tons of miles. Every ball match or something. Back and forth to St. Louis.
Still running there.
Right.
It's cool.
He really sort of did. Was it hard the first one? She decided she was gonna take a big one.
So you're buying her?
Yeah, we bought the other.
So thank you. Hearing more from our neighbor up there? No. We also call RCPD.
Well, that's people who can do something.
And then those were, you said they would start watching the speed. Well, the speed of the limit on draft roads is 55.
But see, yes,
Not, which is not, and he said they're gonna look into, because there's also something about as conditions. whatever you want. And he said, with large traffic, one not do. And we, because like I said, he was at the part of it was not any manual meeting talking about, last week it's gravel road. He was at, I spent half my time sideways on gravel roads to see how far I could go. He said, we know that's, but we know also with all the farms, stuff going on around there in Washington, so they're keeping an eye on it too. But I think this week, Riley's done at school. And like you had said, people, we learn, you know, like say, learn, like, go straight east out Martin. 77. So, like, traffic, you know.
I think they just got caught, whether they knew about it or not, they just got caught that afternoon.
But I think the site, they had decided there for weeks, they were closed. Go there one, get work one day, the next day, that flash, this order flash, they got to working on it, and the next day, it worked for a while, and then it was one of those.
It's the girl in the office, they've been telling us for over a week, from letters from the school, or options that shouldn't happen. I didn't want to sound like I didn't do it.
No, I understand, I didn't do it.
Some of them ideas, I had my reservations of whether we should, because, you know, if we put a road closed on a construction site, then what happens the next time you really close the road?
Okay.
That's been pretty recent.
Okay, it's working. Sorry, guys.
It's actually not all
Of course, that had to happen while you were up there, right? Of all ironies.
of all people. Nobody wants to hear what I have to say. Okay, let me get this back up here. So I guess what I need today is a action to approve it, deny it, modify it, table it.
I think it's a good idea, but, will you give us reports occasionally on how that's going?
Yeah, if we have issues with it, yeah, most definitely. I mean, if there's comments that I need to hide or block, I will tell you yesterday, or not yesterday, the day before, I posted something from Senator Dennis Marshall on the Facebook page because he's part of the doctor caucus. And he, along with other doctors, put together a PSA encouraging people to get vaccinated. And we did have some inappropriate comments on there. So Facebook has a filter already that we have set up that will automatically hide any curse words, but somebody used an emoji with a middle finger, and so I went in there and I hid it. So, but honestly, that's the first time that I've had to hide a comment that Facebook hasn't caught. So it's not, again, not a major issue, but if anything, this is just kind of a good safeguard to have in place.
Yeah, I guess I would want to know if we had any, physical threats or things like that.
Yeah, most
that would be
definitely.
important, so.
Fingers crossed, we have not had the same issues the city has with the trolls going after them, so.
I think it's a good idea. You get it.
Yeah, that's pretty standard. I mean, that's just kind of the world we live in today.
Yeah.
Promote a healthy environment while people are on social media and still be professional as we would expect to be as a county, so. With it.
No, I would make a motion to approve the Board of Raleigh County Commission approve the social media moderation policy as presented.
I'll second.
Okay, moved and seconded on the passing of the social media policy for Raleigh County. All those in favor?
Aye.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Alice.
Thank you, Alice. Feel free to bring German chocolate cake anytime.
My husband made that one, so I'll have to bribe him.
Okay.
Next commissioner, you have Gary Fight, 11 o'clock.
No escape.
Okay, Gary.
Thank you so much. Good morning, commissioners.
Good morning.
And Rich, thank you for your time today. I think we'll go over these both fairly briefly. I do have paper copies if you wish to have one, but it's on the screen and you probably have that in front of you as well. But I would do a preface to the conversation here on the budget that, again, I understand we're a bit of a problem child when it comes to budgeting. And so this is obviously the proposed budget. We won't officially file it with you until late June when you know what appropriations are and you can more intelligently decide what it is, or with better look forward what you can do with the monies that you do have. But in summary, the budget request is asking for county appropriation side of 608, 645, which is $9,000 more than what we received in 2021. And primarily that's to cover, as usual, our largest expense line item, the salaries and benefits for employees. We've been able to my predecessors have done a very nice job of being fiscally responsible. And so we've always managed to come in a little under our budget and have some money for carryover. So that is also included in that budget is unencumbered cash balance. So before I move along to the Fair Board budget, I'm willing to and happy to answer any questions that you might have about this at this time.
Just in general, I thought some of the extension was you were K-State employees.
It's again, another thing that is different, that makes us different than so many other agencies, and every county is the same. But the state of Kansas, through Kansas State University, we have an appointment from the state. But the fact is the greatest bulk of the budget monies comes from the county. And again, that's that way in every county. So Kansas State University, if you look on the receipts line, they contribute $69,420. That is in direct salary benefits. That does not include, for the agents, that does not include some of the other things like K-State contributes 8.5% of each agent's salary towards our retirement plan. And then we kick in a mandatory amount. We can kick in voluntary. And also for our health insurance benefits and some of those kinds of things. So there's other monies there that you don't necessarily see. So we have a joint, basically, appointment. And through the memorandum of understanding that Kansas State University, state of Kansas, and county, Board of County Commissioners have generally states there will be a joint employment. So that's kind of the way that is. And honestly, since they have a K-State employment agreement, well, that's who we sign our contracts with, is with our area extension director and the state extension director. When a county position comes open for an agent, the board and the representative of the university comes together, and they have to do a screening, personal background screening. They have to qualify. You have to have a certain grade point average on your transcripts and those kinds of things to qualify. So the board, who are the 9 elected people that you swear in every year, or Rich swears in every year at the annual meeting, then they make those joint decisions. Now, when it comes to our county employees, which we Lynn Berry and Sharon Barrow Riffy, the board interviews, puts the announcement out, and then the board hires those people. So, okay.
Yeah. Well, and I'm sure it's set up same all the way through. I thought
that's okay.
I thought K-State was more. I mean, they say it's K-State Extension. I thought they had more.
Yeah. So you
financial weight in it.
Yeah, and I tell them, I remind them of that all of the time. I said, the county makes up the vast bulk of our budget. But in the county, I would argue the county receives most of the benefit because our programming is for the county.
No, I understand.
And so but the other thing they tell us is, well, if you decide you want to go on your own or whatever, then, there would be no backing from K-State. We're covered by liability if Greg McClure makes a bad recommendation and there's a lawsuit, the university handles all of that, and the county doesn't generally have to worry about those things. So. It's a different operation. It's been this way since, I don't know, 1917 or whatever it was. But, and actually for a while, a little history, it was called the Farm Bureau. But when Farm Bureau began selling insurance in 1951 or 52, Kansas State University says we can't be involved in that. And that's when Farm Bureau Extension kind of parted ways. So in my first county, I used to have several of the older farmers that would refer to me as the Farm Bureau agent. So, yeah. So, but anyway, any other questions?
I don't, Gary.
Okay. Ms. Foki?
No,
Okay.
I was just looking for the budget for last year.
I was finding you.
I do have
be
a
on that
copy
last-
of last year's budget if you'd like it. I think I've got one copy here in my file.
Okay, I'll find it eventually.
Okay.
I was thinking for some reason we had to have yours done in advance of having everybody.
Well, so here's the deal. Clancy and Rich and
He would have to go there, wouldn't he?
yeah. So
Had to ask that.
Yeah, way to go,
long story
John.
short, it's basically the Kansas Extension Council law. I should let the lawyer take over since I don't really, I don't even play one on TV.
That's right.
But the way the County Extension Council law reads is when we file the budget, and that's when I give you a certificate of proper function from K-State and a list of our sworn in Extension Council members. By law, the Board of County Commissioners has 10 days to act or not act on it. Okay. Well, in the past, since we give a proposal usually in late April or early May, like we're doing now, then you would say, I think the impression was that the Board of County Commissioners had to act within 10 days. Well, really, you don't have to then because I haven't officially filed it. So what we've decided to do is like June 20th, June 25th, then I will file the budget with the figures that I've got. And then you say within 10 days, which gives you 2 more working meetings to say, nah, we're not going to, or yeah. And then we go back and we amend it and we bring it back to you again. Law says we have to have it filed with the county by July 15th. So that will give you enough time to know what the mill's going to be and us enough time to react to whatever your recommendation is. So does that accurately reflect that?
Okay. That makes sense.
All right. As far as the Fair Board goes, it's basically flat. I think Fair Board's asking for another $450 over last year. If you look at the expenses, of course, from 2020, it's misleading because there was no fair basically with the carnival and all those other kinds of things. We didn't hire security. We didn't hire a lot of stuff. We still paid judges. We still had to do some of those other things, and as a consequence, the budget, but that allowed us with our budget money to improve some facilities because we redid the hog wash rack, which we host a lot of shows there, and that needed to be redone because it was a mess. So we did get that done. But so the total proposed expenditures this year are $102,850. Are there any questions, concerns, thoughts on that? As an aside, I will tell you, I visited with Danny Ottaway on the phone 2 or 3 times already this year. He has said that his biggest issue this year, whether he's going to have a full carnival or not, is his ability to get the South African labor force here. So he said, I've used the same source for 22 years. He says, my immigration attorney tells me that I have a 50-50 chance of getting all my workers here. And he says, I won't know that until the end of May or at the latest by June 1st. So he asked us if it was okay that he brought a partial carnival with other help he could get, with maybe a couple of rides and a couple of food vendors. And our fair board said, whatever you can bring. If you can bring the whole carnival, great. If you can't, we'll take what you can bring. So hopefully I'll have a better report in June and let you know kind of what's gonna happen there. As far as the rest of the fair goes, it's gonna go back pretty much to normal for 4-H. I think the rodeo committee has decided they are gonna have a rodeo this year, so that will be back.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay,
Okay.
Thanks, Gary.
thank you very much, appreciate your time.
Commissioner Barry Wilkerson.
I yield the podium.
Thank you. Just scroll down there, Barry, and your information there.
Morning. We've submitted submitted my budget. It's kind of the, I guess, same spiel year after year. One of the restrictions I have is that I don't know how many homicides we're gonna have. I don't know how many, I don't know what crimes we're gonna have and where my witnesses are gonna be located when those matters go to trial. Yeah, and so that is always an unknown for us. But I did want to, as I was going through the budget, a lot of it is fairly flat. Of course, personnel is figured out by, I think, Cammy Robinson does that, and with Elizabeth Ward helping on it. But the first item that might probably going to stick out is 2430 repair, maintenance, and supply of software. The Kent Court went to a different program under Tyler Products called Odyssey. We began to interface or phase into that as well. Going to Odyssey, we were supposed to have training, in-house training a year ago. That didn't happen, but that is a substantial increase. This is the second year in a row, and you'll see in item 2430 that 2019 that was a $15,000 item. It is now a $65,000 item. We kind of have two programs going right now. We have Odyssey and then the full case program. That is under JSI, but Supreme Court went away from it. We're transitioning into Odyssey, and so we're still probably going to be at that number around 65,000. It's in our memo. The 2430 computer software explains it probably a little bit better than I'm explaining it, but we're still waiting to kind of kick that off, and then JSI will be a thing of the past. Our court has already converted to Odyssey, so that's where we are. But that is a significant increase from 2019 that we really started to see last year. Another 5,000 I anticipate this year. Subscriptions, that is another area, 2570. In our memo, this is a major increase from a year ago. We switched to Westlaw. Under this 2570 subscriptions, we had Lexus before, but we're Westlaw, the court's Westlaw. Clancy, I believe, is Westlaw as well. And so, that's an area where we saw a significant increase. And that would, I guess, to a large extent, explain the 2570 increase, which went from about 10,000 in 2019 to almost 24,000 is what we project we'll spend in 2022. Witness fees 2720. That's always it's kind of the unknown. I do the best we can to project what we are going to have. We spent our actual in 2019 was 42,000. We had a an expert witness that cost us almost half of that. We had to bring him out of Arizona on a shooting case. You hope that doesn't happen very often, but still we are required by statute to pay for any lodging, meals, travel expenses related for someone testifying. Due to the transient nature of our population, Fort Riley and Kansas State, somebody who is here today may be in Utah tomorrow, which is what happened to me in 2018 on a couple occasions, but where I had to bring several witnesses out of the state of Utah. This year, I know I have a case going, and I'll be bringing some witnesses out of Wisconsin and other locations. And I had a serial rape case several years ago where 6 of my 7 victims were out of state when we went to trial. So, and part it's just the nature of our population, but that's a real unknown. I don't think we'll ever see like last year. Our actuals were 8,500. Well, we didn't try to case it last year. We had several prelims, but that's why the actual last year was so low. And I did want to explain that. One item that we are looking at, 2710, we're going to try to reduce the cost of transcripts to do what we can in that regard. It may not be a huge savings, but we are going to see if we can bring that down a little bit by how we go and check them out from the courthouse and things like that. But anyway, we are looking at ways to at least try to save some money where we can. Otherwise, that's really my presentation. And a lot of these increases, we obviously can't do anything about. Some of them, we can't. We do the best we can to project what our costs or expenses are going to be. But I don't want to say on like the witness fees that it's a shot in the dark, but to a degree it certainly is. I'm trying to project what crimes are going to happen in the rest of this year and part of 2022. So. And I guess I should have scrolled through it. Does anyone have any questions?
Nothing.
And if you look through and you see something or you have any questions, I'm always willing to come back as well on Monday or a Thursday if something sticks out or you just want further explanation on.
Yeah. Sounds good. Thanks, Barry.
Well, appreciate your time.
Yep, you too.
Thank you.
Each commissioner, the other rest of us.
Russell. I said, how are you today? I'm all right. Good. For one more day. KSU's probably not gonna like the weather.
I want the rain. I'll tell you, we've missed some rains out of our place, so I could use some rain. I'm hoping I actually get some this time.
Yeah, I know, pretty sure K-State's hoping against that.
Yeah.
Well, they're trying to care about the airports.
I'm sure. Yeah, no, I felt bad for the graduation, that's for sure, but you can, just I'm not gonna chase away rain
No.
when I get it.
Yeah, from the fire department said that they just see.
It's like rain too.
Yeah.
It seems like most of the country around here ought to be burnt by now, but I'm still sure there's still some.
There's definitely a few acres that we aren't worried about anymore.
Yeah.
All right, go ahead.
All right, morning, commissioners.
Morning.
Russell Stuckey with Emergency Management, 911 and Fire. So I have 3 different budgets to go over with you. First one on the list is the 911 fund budget.
So the 911 fund is funded by a 75-cent tax on every phone line, whether that's a landline or a cell phone with the Riley County address. The state collects that fee and then keeps a portion of it. I don't remember exactly what portion it is, and then we get the rest. And that's what typically funds this this budget. And so it's used for things like computer and radio, internet service, tower rental for the antennas, training, phone service are the big things we spend money on. So one thing that I would note on this is that fee hasn't been raised for several years, and I don't think there was anything in the legislature this year, but I think either last year or 2 years ago, there was talk about raising that, and they didn't do it. And so this fund's projection that they did last year is probably solvent for about 10 or 12 more years. But after that, we'll be in the red. We'll be spending more than we're taking in. So if the state doesn't raise that in the near future, we'll probably have to come up with local tax dollars to fund this, which we don't right now. So that would be one note when you're making plans with the county lobbyists to add on our list for things to lobby for, would be to increase that E911 tax on phone lines. Do you have any questions on the 911 funds?
Just Russell, on that, I'm not sure if you're familiar with our process since you're new, but Clancy always sets up legislative meetings each year, and so that'd be a good one when he sends an email out to get that as a legislative item for the next meeting that we have in the fall with the legislators.
Okay. So then next on the list would be the emergency management budget. It's pretty, no major changes there. A few increases in a few spots. Overall increase, I think, of $6,000 is what I've submitted. Any questions on the emergency management budget? Sit there. Sorry about that. So if no questions on the emergency management one, then we'll go to the fire district. So the fire district one is obviously the largest budget of these three. And I've looked at it, Chief Regal's looked at it, and analyzed it, and the most significant change we made is just on the equipment line. You know, there's some small changes other places, but the let me find it here. The line 4085 is the biggest increase that we made. And in like in analyzing everything, and I have this handout I can share with you. So of the vehicles that we have, on this spreadsheet that we put together, you can see that we have the truck, the very oldest truck is not in service anymore. We're working with Clancy on disposing of that truck, but you can see we have I think 12 of those vehicles in that top category. They range from 31 to 52 years old. And so we have trucks that are 52 years old that are still first out of the door firefighting trucks. We don't really have any trucks sitting in the back of the station as our backup truck or reserve truck. And so then you know, if a truck breaks down, there just isn't a truck there for that response. They just have to come from another station. And so with the age of these trucks and the less availability from the forestry service to get old military trucks. They're becoming much harder to get and much less supply. We're going to have to start going with more commercial trucks and not being able to rely on the military trucks like we have been in the past. And so the next category is 20-year-old to 29-year-old trucks, and then so on and so forth. And so that's the biggest reason for the increase in our budget, is just trying to start covering that, so we aren't relying on trucks that are older than 90 to go to fires.
So that's the threshold, as long as they're under how old you are, they're okay. I just wanted to be clear.
Commission, have any questions on
The red ones down here, that's the new one, they're black.
the green section?
Yeah, those red, but in red lettering, is that just the?
Well, those are actually, I'm not sure why they're in red lettering.
Oh, okay.
I don't know. A couple of those are lawnmowers, which I should have taken out, but it's just in our inventory, in our fleet, for maintenance and everything. But the red lettering, I don't think has a significance.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So that column on the left is just how old they are.
Mhm.
And then what year they are is 6 or 7 column. Any questions on the fire district budget? Yeah. And then we have the fire district has its capital outlay fund, and I don't know if Tammy's on or not. She said she was going to try and get on Zoom, but on the fire district budget, we budgeted a little bit to try and put money into the capital outlay fund, and I think fire district budget, Tammy and I talked about it, and we put 40,000 in to go to the capital outlay, to the capital outlay fund, because the fire district is a budget outside of the general fund, and so the fire district doesn't have access to the CIP funds. So we're our own deal, and we don't have, and Rich can correct me if I'm wrong, but we don't have any other fund to go to. I mean, what you see is what we got. If something catastrophic happens, you just have to deal with it or borrow money or.
Yeah, they're funded by ad valorem taxes. That's why you see the shortfall.
Yeah.
That shortfall is what we use once we know the value of a mill. The value of the mill for the rural fire district isn't going to be the same as the county, so that'll be different. But yeah, you can see the bottom line of that rural fire budget. There's a $40,000 transfer scheduled, and that's what he's talking about, the capital outlay.
Mm-hmm.
Same as they budgeted for transfer last year or this year.
So that's what that sheet's about. And then the last one is Tammy said we should put this one in since we're building fire stations, so that we have the budget authority, whether we spend cash or whether we end up borrowing money to fund those fire stations or do a combination. It's basically just a placeholder, is what the fire station project Fund 185 is for.
Okay. Any questions? At least at the moment, anyone?
Right.
Okay. Okay.
All right.
All right, thanks, sir.
Thank you very much.
Mhm.
Next is John Allen, 30 seconds or less. So you know, John, I have an appointment at noon, so I'll be stepping out here shortly.
Okay. Well, our last one's at 11:40 anyway, for the break, so.
Yeah, I got to do the west side of town.
Ah, gotcha.
It is. Right.
Yep.
All right, John Ellerman, Public Works with, I got help from Gary and Julie for some of the other budgets, but we'll go over our Public Works budget. first. I won't go through line item by line item unless you, absolutely, if you have questions about any of them. So the Public Works kind of divide, is all in one, but we separate parks from the rest of the Public Works operations. In the Parks Division, under the contractual commodities and capital expenditures, pretty much stay the same. Like have a little reduction above $50. Public Works less the Parks Division, we come in about $3,614,000 with an increase of $316,700 from the 21 budget, with an overall increase of the $316,650 of the total Public Works, minus the personnel side of it. Those were figured by Julie, or Tammy and Elizabeth, and I think personnel is down about 90,000. So on the commodity side, for Public Works, or all of them, some of the items over change of $5,000 for fuel and lubricants. I always have a hard time budgeting for fuel. So that's been increased about 25,000 from 350 to 375. Culverts, I decreased those about $5,000, hoping to have some in stock and we won't need as many over the next year. That's just and from what the past experience, our past uses, our purchases. So other supplies and materials, just from what we use over the past couple of years, I decreased that to 15,000. That's line out of 3990. I'm sorry. That's where you're following.
There.
Capital outlay is 4160 for asphalt construction. With the bid prices we got this year, I increased that to 1.2 million from the 950. To keep the same size project, and estimated using 250,000 from the sales tax, that'll get us back to what the bid prices were for this year. Expecting those prices to be about the same next year or so. So that's why they increased in that. And bridge construction, those are the 4170. Those are the culverts that we purchased, the precast concrete culverts. They were running about 75,000 for a budget. With those costs going up to, I just bumped that up to 100,000. Hopefully we can get maybe one more box or installed or keep up with at least the 3 that we've been doing the last couple of years. So the overall budget increase was 234,000. I think I may have messed that up. 260,000 from the federal fund exchange. That's our federal fund exchange. Going through that, we should get about 260,000 is our obligation. 90% of that will be 234,000. That's some of the revenues we'll have coming in. So that was Public Works. If there's any questions about any of those, I can try our best to answer. So then the next one I had on there was the 0.5 sales tax. Basically, that was estimated, conservative estimated revenues of 1.5 million, and just budgeting the authority or the funds that we had available to use up on projects is what that budget number is. So
That'll be the last year, won't it?
that's what I was thinking. Next year's the last year.
Yeah, next year's the last year. So whatever remaining budget there is, we better be using it.
We have projects in line. I don't think they'll all get used next year, but we'll have projects in line to spend out of it, to use that money for. Just how they fall in place, but this is last year for the asset sales tax fund.
Do we have to spend it again, 22?
No, I don't think you have to spend it on 22. You have to spend it on what you said you're going to spend it on.
Correct.
Okay.
And the county auction, wasn't, I think we planned an auction for this year. We weren't planning one for next. So there would be no revenues in there, maybe some expenditures, moving equipment or moving items into storage from wherever they came from is the expenditures. So,
Okay.
I think Gary's got his.
Well, looks like I'm about out of time.
We'll make time for you, Gary, don't worry.
I appreciate it.
Oh, we're out of money too, so that works out good.
Well, good morning.
Good morning.
Gary Rashid, Assistant Public Works Director. I've got a couple budget proposals. The first one being for the solid waste budget. And I think probably the most important thing to remember here is the solid waste fund is self-supporting. It receives no tax dollars. Everything that we function on are the fees that we collect at the gate. And the biggest part of that, of course, is what we bring in for municipal solid waste, which is going to be the largest generator in our revenues. Largest generator in our expenditures is what we spend to get rid of the solid waste. So, and there's a direct line in there. What I've shown for next year is a decrease of $72,000, and that is based on the solid waste flow. The trend that we've seen over the last few years is it is steadily decreasing. Now, whether that's due to, I gotta watch that. I do that all the time. Whether that's due to recycling, whether it's due to the economy, I can't put a finger on it, but it's not just here, it's statewide, it's nationwide. And one thing you do notice is when the economy starts picking up, so does the trash bill. So I based our receipts on 42,500 tons. Now our expenditures I based on 43,000 tons. So that just kind of gives us a little bit of a cushion there in the budget itself. One thing you might notice, you need to find it there, is in the commodities under asphalt maintenance materials. Last year I had $80,000 in there. I've decreased that to $2,500 and actually moved that number up to other contractual services, or added it into other contractual services. And that's basically for an overlay of the roadways and the parking up there. One thing I do is that may or may not need to be done next year. Sooner or later, it's going to need to be done, so I budget for it. The same for other heavy equipment. I've got $142,000 in there for that. That's for replacement of the material handler up in the transfer building. It's hanging in there now, but we've had it for over 10 years and it was used when we bought it. So I've got money in there to replace it because sooner or later, I know we're going to need to do that. If there's any questions, I'd be happy to answer.
Nope, for me, it's solid. Anybody else? No.
If not, we'll move on to the building fund. And I've requested the same amount for next year as we have for this year, which is $393,000. The main thing to remember here, and I've listed some different items down here that we're looking at dealing with on a regular basis. But really, this money is to maintain these buildings. That's what we use it for. if you look on the budget, in 2020, they're showing that we spent $101,000, over $101,000 on the courthouse. And I thought, that can't be right. I mean, the courthouse was closed last year, majority of the time. So I went and pulled the numbers on it, and boilers, repair of heat pumps, replacement of heat pumps, repairing the elevator. We did go through and carpet the stairways. I mean, that was the big expenditure other than just regular maintenance. So we got to remember that we're dealing with old buildings. I mean, just about everything we've got here is old, and that includes the health department. And infrastructure breaks down. Some of these things have been remodeled, some of them half remodeled. And when you're dealing with this stuff, it just makes upgrading and replacement more complex. So if you got any questions, I'd be happy to answer them or try to answer them.
Well, I know that maintenance is always an issue, and K-State is really struggling with trying to keep up with all their buildings. If you get too far behind,
you just keep losing ground.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm surprised by the cost of that hot water boilers.
Yeah.
And that's just the repair.
Right. Yeah, I gotcha. Yeah.
All right.
Yep. All right. Thank you, Gary.
Yeah.
We'll make time for you, Julie. It's okay.
Good morning. Commissioner.
Morning.
I'm Julie Winter, Admin Services Manager with the Public Works Department, and I'm here to present the 2022 budget requests for 5 sewer benefit districts, 4 water benefit districts, 1 water and sewer benefit district, the landfill closure, and the Mertz McGehee levy. Excuse me. As stated in my memo dated April 30th, we had no major changes in expenditures throughout all of the benefit districts for 2022. In 2021, we did have rate increases for 5 operational funds, and those were ranging from 2% to 17%. And 1 fund's rate actually decreased by 2%, and that was the Conza Valley Water Benefit District. We are requesting no increase in tax dollars for 2022 in the following districts: Carson Sewer, Terra Heights Sewer, University Park Water and Sewer, and the Valleywood Sewer and Stormwater. In 2022, the Lakeside Heights Sewer District, we are expecting an enlargement of 5 additional benefit units, and this is bringing the district up to a total of 9 users. So it's rather small. Do you have any questions on the benefit districts? Okay. For landfill closure fund, we're requesting the same general fund transfer as last year and the past years, and that's $30,000. These funds are used in the remediation process of the landfill. The expenses are for monitoring wells, maintaining the cap, engineering fees, and all other expenses required by KDHE for the closure of the landfill. Do you have any questions on the landfill closure? Okay. Mertz McGehee levy fund, we are budgeting the same $6,183, and these are funds left over from the economic development grant monies received during the 1993 flood. These funds are only to be used for maintenance of the levy.
Which levy is that?
It's the one out by Zendale.
Oh, yeah.
And that's all I have. Do you have any questions? Okay.
Okay,
Thank
that was
you.
good. Thank you, Julie. And we got a break until some more. We're looking at this is the last of the big days, so. Yeah.
There's just so much, you know.
Yeah, it'll get simplified here when we fill in the rest of the gaps and it'll, like I said, it'll come
Put it all
together.
together,
It'll come
yeah.
together.
I hope so.
I did the same thing 2 years ago. I'm like, oh my gosh.
How do you understand all this?
It takes a good 2 cycles. Okay, well, I'll see everybody back at 1.
Mad dash.
Good luck on that.
Well, when the traffic will cooperate, shouldn't be too bad right now.
Are we just early? All right, we're here. 16. Nice. Maybe we can sit together just for a minute. Sit together.
What's up, Warren?
Oh. There's your coffee. I know everybody will be snoozing through it, but I didn't want you to be at complete loss when I was in, when I'm over talking. That way we can prompt you a few black hours. I won't put black out. But it was kind of irritating because I always just submit this as we supporting documentation. And everything changes. Like, we didn't even go on race yet. So, you know, I mean, for me, how do you want this supporting documentation? It's not even that. Never asked them. So now I can do that. Yeah. This one. This one 5 times over. So like, figured we would bring it out how much. I had huge presentation of 2 of them. Task force. Last one. City budgets. Jim, that was due. Yes. So my account. Yes. Huh?
Sure.
I forgot to put anything on our RSVP and Tap House just called me, so. Can you please approve this menu? And I'm like. Who's the invite for?
For the board or for the community?
Oh, yeah, like it's for the board and then everybody that she wanted, that she requested. The board and then everybody else is she personally set up. Early. We have 45 people. They don't even do events. They're not very fast in this. They don't have employees, so they schedule absolutely so nice. Yeah. 35 people. But I'm supposed to take like at a time, like oh, once we get there. I feel like I should be loading the camper with stuff now because I can't do it all. So Monday is 2 days. So. I'm gonna change the batteries. Call Steve, asking him some question about it. And he was with his dad. Yeah. Yeah. His dad had the camper plugged with the battery, plugged in a whole bunch of them. So now I don't think it will. You know, like if you have a laptop, if you just left it plugged in. Yeah. It's not gonna run off the battery anymore. And I think that's why.
Do what?
Exercise the battery.
Yeah. Yeah, so, like, just like your cell phone, you don't wanna leave it plugged in all the time, right? The battery will just die, and it won't last.
I hope that's what it was.
Yeah, I think it was. It's just nice kind of knowing that there's two batteries in there. Works. Did you have any questions?
No.
Clean third flight.
Yeah, should be. And I'm just 100% bullshit my ways with the $10,000 request. No. Sorry. Yeah, I got to their shipping house together 200 million years ago. Became pretty good friends, and he was walking down the street. And I was walking this way. And he said, "Hey, Scruggs, we don't ask for enough money from the county." What do you think? And he was like, "You need to ask for more money." How long ago was this? 4 weeks ago. 5 weeks ago, maybe.
These three actions.
And yeah, I was like, very, we have a lot of money. We just don't spend it. I'm gonna use it. And I was like,
There you go.
I felt like you told me just fine. Yeah, I have a project. So it's not in some cost of business have gone up, which is true.
Yes. Oh, we're kind of staffing situation, so.
Correct. Yep. So it'll be like this.
Hi, Greg.
Hello.
How are you?
Good.
Good.
How are you doing?
Hang in there.
Yeah.
All day. I'd rather be outside.
Yeah. Especially the forecast for the next few days, like to take to be outside today.
Get it all out.
Something is very strong. Super cute.
Was this a Christmas present?
Soft guy.
No, but somebody gives them to me, I can use them like crazy. So I don't know why I don't buy them myself.
We do, every year we do socks for the cause. Have you heard of those? Christmas stockings.
Nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, I got these from some Australians that were on a trip right before COVID over Christmas. And they're back to the United States, Kansas City. It's on Severside. And they gave everybody socks.
Like family members?
Yeah, my Sarah's grandma was Australian, so she
Okay. That's
it was
cool.
one of her pieces. Back, yeah, they gave everybody socks
I
and
think
gave me
that's the
bicycles. I was
best
like, yeah,
gift.
all right, so I accept it. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, that is cool.
They're getting the word out.
They're super cute. I'm gonna know this. We just have a store right on the beach, close to my parents' house. It's called Green Leaf. And everything in it is, you buy it and something else goes to,
Okay.
you know, like plant a tree or some
Supports
charitable, yeah, yeah. Uh-huh, and it's all really, really beautiful, like really pretty jewelry and.
Wow, Caucus Day is coming up.
Oh, absolutely. Tell her
Send her
if
in.
she comes in to say, yeah.
Yeah, I'll say a little version.
Has been a long day already for you guys. Tammy told me you had so many of these.
And we go all the way up until 2:00, and then we've got our task force meeting at 2, so.
Yeah.
Yeah, we were here till almost 4 on.
Yeah, 3:30, I think, Monday.
So you only go till 2 today?
Yeah.
That's good. Did you have them this morning?
Yes.
Oh,
All you people wanting money.
Yep.
Nobody bringing in the.
I know, I know. I said that last year. It'd be nice if it reciprocated a little bit. And actually, in some cases, it does. Yeah. In some ways, for outside agencies, you bring in money. So I guess indirectly it does.
Yeah, taxes.
It does work, yeah.
Did Alice tell you that we're going to lunch tomorrow? Have you talked to her?
She was here this morning, but she didn't mention it.
We finally hooked up. She wants to talk to my board about a crazy idea she's come up with. So we're gonna flush it out first.
Okay.
Yeah.
When you use the word crazy, an idea.
I just like to drop that on.
Yeah, I know.
No details, just
No,
throw that
right,
out, let
yeah.
you think about it for a while.
Crazy, keep positive.
It could be,
Yeah.
could be.
And you might be getting a call at 6:00 in the evening going, what are you doing?
Wild.
Yeah. While I don't know her, we have spoken, while we have not met face to face due to the circumstances, I feel like the two of us in the same room together could be crazy.
Yep. Just pick some place secluded and quiet. Get your errand ran?
Yeah, my point, yeah.
I heard on the radio coming back that the CDC is coming out with new guidelines that for people that are vaccinated, there's no masks are required even for social, and no social distancing. But that's for if you're vaccinated. So,
Last time they said something like that, they came out with something rather confusing, so.
well, this
we'll
didn't
see.
sound, I didn't hear the actual, what the majority of it didn't sound that confusing. Sounds good.
Vaccinated on your mouth. On your mouth. On your mouth.
How you figure out if everybody's vaccinated in the room?
That figure makes good.
Stamp, tattoo.
You put a V on
A V. Yikes.
We've been doing this.
Wasn't there like a television show back in the 90s or something like that?
He is from Vendetta.
Oh, I'm trying to remember. It's a show about aliens and they put
Yeah.
V, yeah. 20-something years ago it'd be reality. Yikes.
Yes.
All right, you're on.
All right. I don't know, this is a jam-packed crowd in here. I have a handout for you guys. We weren't sure if I was gonna be able to work your system, so Tammy suggested that I just give you a handout. Thank you for having me. Before I get started, I would just like to introduce some of the people that I brought with me today. These are DMI Board of Directors. This is Brad Simonson. He is the General Manager of the Manhattan Town Center and current Board President of DMI. This is Lindsay Buffnagel. She is the Treasurer at DMI and owns the boutique in Pine and Plaid on Points. And this is Dan Crouch. He is the Vice President of DMI and is a Principal at BBN. So you guys know, I feel like I'm always here, but it feels kind of informal. This is my favorite time of year because we really get to highlight, it's an opportunity purposefully to highlight our past and then also what we have going on in our future. And honestly, both the past, even though it was a pandemic and a struggle for such a long time, didn't turn out to be all that horrible for us in the district. And we've recently been able to survey our businesses. We're in the middle of this survey, so this data is not all the way collected, but right now we have indication that about 85% of our businesses are experiencing economic recovery. And that is defined by a set amount of time gone by that you're establishing recovery mode. So last year, we spent some time on initiatives. Very clearly, one of those is the platform or the platforms. But we did spend quite a lot of time setting ourselves up to emerge from the pandemic in a way that was going to be as best as possible. We did things like the platforms, but also by forming the Dream Big Long Range Planning Committee. About every decade, we get together and decide what is best for the district, what do the patrons and the community and citizenry of the region, what are they looking for, and what do the businesses need? What do we need infrastructure-wise, and what do patrons desire as far as arts and entertainment, spaces to gather, those kind of things. So we'll spend about a year discussing this, and the idea then is to present an actionable plan to the city commission where we can get some of these things accomplished once we have it narrowed down. Some of the other things that we did is we helped our businesses set up e-commerce sites so that they could, if they were closed, they could, to use the most overused word of 2020, pivot. We created outdoor events, more outdoor events, and we also had some really unique partnerships. One was with the library where we started the Downtown Story Walk, which we were able to get families to come downtown, but they could stay and enjoy downtown in a safe manner by reading a book all throughout the downtown district while getting exercise. And a lot of K through 6 teachers picked it up as a credit. And so we had so many families coming down, also as encouraged by the USD 383. We put these measures together so that we could successfully, hopefully, unknowingly emerge from the pandemic. And now we are faced with our current realities, and I'll just go over those things. That's the first colored page that you have there. Our employees number about 3,450. That is down by about 15% so far, reporting that those numbers, and that is just due mostly to the fact that we don't have K-State students here, and so we don't have a lot of those jobs that we usually have. Our restaurants for sure are short, retail is short, staff. So It is down about 15%. Our commercial occupancy is at 95%. That's a great number, but it too is also down. But that is due to onboarding many new spaces that came out of renovations, such as the community house and the building on the former Fourth and Points that underwent a major renovation. And it added office spaces. Our residential occupancy is down just a little bit at 97%, still a great number. But we have a lot of college students that aren't in Strasser Village and in the Wareham. So when they went home and stayed home, that impacted our residential. We've still been able to collect millions of dollars in sales of property tax. The legal boundaries in downtown does contribute to that. It's an important factor when you consider what we contribute to this community overall. Despite the economic impacts of COVID, 19 new businesses opened. This is the second largest number of businesses that we've ever had open in the downtown. 7 closed, so that's a net gain of 12 new businesses. And in fact, we had a new one open today, so we can actually up that by 1. We've had 2 business expansions. This is always what I consider to be one of the most important indicators of our health, and that is when a business starts out in a certain size and expands to a larger space, or refurbishes an older building and creates more space. And we actually had both of those scenarios happen this year, one with the Gaia building at Fourth and Points and obviously the community house. We also, another one that I cannot fail to mention is the new Furnish building, which was formerly Wiesner's So Unique, is now a beautiful space with residential and Airbnb on upstairs. It's beautiful. If you ever want to see it, all you have to do is go in there and ask, and she'll take you up there. So as I was saying, about 40% of our businesses are currently reporting that they are still seeking employees and they're struggling to get those positions filled. We haven't even been able to really get into new jobs created because we're still trying to fill jobs that were lost due to COVID. 85% of our businesses are reporting that they are experiencing active business recovery. 25% of our non-retail and restaurant businesses, those are businesses like attorneys and engineers and insurance agencies and media companies, reported that they worked remotely for more than 6 months last year, and 10% of those businesses will retain at least one, if not more, person working remotely. So some office needs we're starting to see an indication of office needs changing, where we might have businesses downsize. We've had 2 of those already happen in my hallway. So we feel that we've done all of the right things to come out of the pandemic as best as we could. And now we are going to look to our future, and that's where that Green Big Committee comes into play. I just wanted to share that with you so that you could see who those formal people are that are working really hard towards the next, every 10 years it needs to be evaluated how we're going to enhance downtown and in what ways. And those are the folks that are involved in that, and they've already started generating really fabulous ideas. Some of those ideas are going to be put to the general public through a survey that we do every year. And hopefully we'll be able to narrow it down and narrow it down and narrow it down until we can take it to the city commission so that we can get passed. So in closing, I just want to remind you that the county has a long history of supporting downtown. I was looking back through just old reports and consulting documents and look back as far as 1988. The county has supported downtown when we were in our hardship period and through our growth. So we've long been partners. Support has been as much as $15,000 a year and as little as $3,000 a year. since my time leading downtown through this decade of growth, we've always used your donation to us for streetscape beautification, groundskeeping, and will continue to do so. I'm asking today for an increase over the $5,000 that I've asked for over the last 2 years to $10,000, and that is because the cost of doing business has basically doubled for everybody. And it will continue to go towards our streetscape programs. Those are our largest costs, events and beautification, groundskeeping, maintenance, flag program, baskets, Christmas lights. So that allocation would go towards those programs as always. So I will stand for questions. If you don't have any, I thank you for your consideration.
Questions, anybody? No.
I do have a comment though.
Okay.
I remember back years ago when we were I was on your board and we were envisioning the South End redevelopment.
Yeah.
And it really feels good to go down there and see all the activity there, all the businesses. So your group does a great job. So really appreciate it.
Thank you. I think one thing they're getting ready to do is probably host Purple Power Play down there.
Really? Cool.
Yeah. I wouldn't be surprised if it worked its way back up to points eventually. I think that's really been a goal. So, yeah. Thank you.
Okay, thank you,
Yeah.
Gina. Thank you, everybody. Next up, we've got Amy.
Yep.
Afternoon.
Hello.
Amy Mangus, Register of Deeds. You have my budget before you. My budget for next year is fairly close to the same. There is an increase of 3,900 in the 3 Cs, and those are specifically in the categories that involve travel, lodging, meals, and training that's anticipated for new employees. And then actual costs on increases for storage rental and office supplies. Overall, we're still saving a little over 55,000 from this year's budget, just with new employees coming in at lower hourly wages. So it's about the same.
Can you tell me why the office supplies you're projecting they're going up so high?
I'm basing them off of last year, and last year's actuals, I believe, were a little over 4,500. And that's just actual cost. That's just.
Well, it looks like 21 went to 35, well, just in the office supplies from 2,100 to 4,800.
Yes.
So I was just kind of wondering if there was some major increase or whatever that you foresee.
I would say some of, or a lot of the increase is actually due to e-recording. Although it's a convenience for companies, it's a higher expense for us. It takes more employee time, it takes more supplies. We still need to print these documents because they need to go to various offices to get stamps or be rescanned. So I'm gonna say paper is a huge portion of that. Yeah, because we've gone from, I think we were doing about 15 to 25% in e-recording, and we're probably well over 50.
Oh, okay. So electronics haven't helped you a whole lot there.
They really don't. We could probably save a whole person if it weren't for e-recording.
Oh.
Yeah, it's a convenience for everyone else for sure, but definitely more work for us.
Because you have to have hard copy, you have to print out hard copies, all that stuff.
We do. Mhm.
get signed?
We've tried to not, but honestly, proofreading on the screen even versus holding it in your hand, it's amazing what jumps out when you have that piece of paper versus looking at it on the computer. And we've tried, we've had various different employees, and hard copy is always the best.
Yeah. Rest of it was fine. That's good.
Okay, anything
Any other
else?
questions?
Nope. Okay,
All right.
thank you. So next up, we have Clancy. How dare you?
Good afternoon, Commissioner. Nancy Holman, Valley County Counselor. We have before you my Department of Administrative Services 2022 budget request. I would point out that in the first paragraph, we identify an overall 18.85% decrease in the amount we budgeted for 2021. There's no mystery why that happened. If you'll look on the, I've got items here that the line items with increases. If you go down to the line items with decreases on the memo I sent them, and then look at subscriptions, that's what's bringing that down, that significant amount. We had an opportunity, thanks to the heads up from Delana Nichols, District Court Administrator, that there was going to be this opportunity to join in on our Westlaw subscription, get rid of our current one, which is this pointed out for the current year, required us to budget just under $18,000. Computerized legal research for a small group is expensive. But we had the opportunity to join into county attorneys and the courts using Westlaw as their primary. What we found out is we had an agreement. We were able to solidify an agreement, not just in principle, but in writing from a Westlaw representative on our own behalf, and with the other Westlaw representative who's involved, as I understand it, that our current contract next year would be terminated, and that we could join in with this at the substantial savings. So there was no reason not to do it. Once we verified that was going to happen and we weren't going to lose any functionality in the system. These days, you've really got to have, in order to practice law, really, if you've got a broad-based practice, you really need computerized legal research. Quite frankly, so many of the publications just aren't even being generated. Used to be, you'd see the traditional attorney's office with lines of books on shelves. You still see those sometimes in photo ops. And
they're just collecting dust up there.
They're collecting dust. They don't get opened a lot because they're not the most current version of the law, even with supplements. Because those legal authorities now are updated on a far more regular basis electronically, you really need access to computerized legal research, and more. Used to be you could do that with a public terminal or terminal shared with the rest of the bar. That's going away too. It's just too important to not have those, the most current legal authorities and to see what the courts are saying about the statutes. And quite frankly, given our recent legislative sessions, to find out as quickly as you can what's been passed. Without that, if we were relying on the session laws to know what had happened this past session, there's no way we would have been able to try and keep up with what was being done throughout the session, particularly. That's the basis for it. I'd be glad I've set out, as I said, line items of both increases and decreases. So when you have time to go over it, you're certainly, if you have questions, contact me individually if you have, or I'd be glad to stand for any questions now.
Interesting, your subscriptions went down, but attorney and the court both went up almost double.
Yeah.
It's one of the new system, but because you were able to piggyback on it.
Well, and it was because I think theirs too was a separate software program. This is specific to research. And as I recall from what I heard of various, they've got a different situation because it's really access to a system. It's not legal research. It involves processing their cases and doing so in a way that's consistent with the way that the courts need to do it and that the state wants to do it. With regard to tracking cases, filing documents, it's critical for them to all be on the same system. So it's pretty expensive. I'd be glad to escape if we don't have any.
I don't.
All right, something comes up, don't hesitate to get in touch with the individual.
Good.
Thank you.
Jasmine and Gaither at 120.
See her. She's back there.
I don't think so. I see around these beans sometimes. Nope, nobody's there. I guess that's money saved.
Yeah. The request is zeroed out.
Well, traffic was kind of weird too, but yeah, so could be that.
Yeah, it's been an anomaly.
Especially Anderson coming this way.
I guess just traffic with everybody being at home and everything was so reduced, you didn't really see it till it came back online again, but it'll change again over the weekend.
Yeah, I can say that people start to move out. Yeah, next week we'll be back to.
There she is. How are you guys?
Good.
Good.
Now you're a minute off, but go ahead.
Close enough.
Hi, guys, how you doing?
Pretty good, how are you?
Good, thanks for coming in. Sorry we're late. You're fine.
Go ahead.
I'll take a breath.
Okay. You can do rest too, that's fine.
How are you guys?
Good.
Good. Okay, so my name is Jasmine. I'm with the Riley County Conservation District. Got board coming in here as we speak.
Okay.
All right. So I don't know, did you guys get a copy of the budget that we had? Okay, I was just making sure. So a couple of different things that we've got here. So the line item budget is what I was gonna start with. So we've got, to start out, we've got salaries and wages at 34,000. Usually employee costs, taxes for the employer, it's about $26,000. Oh, am I on the wrong one?
I'm just gonna pull it up for you. In the previous one there. Look familiar?
Yes.
You can scroll down if you need to.
Okay, perfect. And then we've got assets and purchases at $0. Equipment and building maintenance, usually about $600 for equipment repair for our grass drills. We've got a fence pad. The shed, the mowers, just tools that we use. For information education, usually have it set at about $2,300. Just things that we're involved in, such as Envirothon, ag classrooms for teachers, range youth camp, scholarships, state fair booths and soil tunnel trailer, and printing materials. We have administrative expenses at $6,633 for our district newsletter, to have it printed, sorted, mailed, and postage included. We've got an audit by contractor, office supplies, newspaper subscriptions, agency and association dues, annual meetings and supplies and fees, materials, and then development and training. And that leaves us at $78,833 for the estimated expenditures for 2022. And then estimated income for the Riley County Fund, we have it set at $55,136. $23,697 from DOC funds brings us back to the $78,833. So our full state funding is authorized by law at $25,000 a year. However, due to budget cuts, Our actual funding since 2018 has been $20,740. In 2019 was $21,427.82, and in 2020 was at $21,427 and $23,697 in 2021. Because the district office spaces for computer equipment training was all provided by USDA through our partner within NRCS, is primarily just staff wages and employer costs. Our expenses are fairly small and fixed. Reducing funding quickly impacts our office hours programs and our partners. On the next page, we've got just our funding history. As of the past couple of years, it was just from 2006 to 2016. And then for the budget request for calendar year 2022 is the $55,136. No change from 2016, about the same as 2006. For 2022 proposed expenses, we've just got our regular, the $34,000 for wages, $26,000 for employer costs, $9,300 for travel and expenses, $600 for fixed asset purchases, $2,300 for the information and education, $6,633 for administrative expensive, and that brings us back to the $78,833. Our funding request is, like I said, again, the $55,136, which is the same as last year. No raises on that. So on the next page, we have the goals for the Riley County Conservation District for 2022. So we work together with our federal partners, which is NRCS, FSA, and the BOCC, and basically doing conservation planning, technical advice, design, cost share, and other support, such as EQIP, CSP, and CRP for NRCS. It brings tremendous funding for both those programs for the county and through NRCS to Riley County, and protects our natural resources and tax base. Assist landowners with state of Kansas water resource cost share program funds to Riley County Conservation District to address the high priority conservation practices in the county. It's a top priority for the district and includes waterways, terraces, ponds, springs, developments, fencing, livestock away from streams, and a variety of other projects pertaining to our county. We provide cost share for filling septic systems, repair, plugging of abandoned water wells, urban and rural soil testing, and other practices for our non-point source pollution control program. This program is super popular with our residents, and applications usually exceed funding. We recognize our landowners for outstanding conservation efforts through conservation awards, news releases, newsletter articles highlighted through their accomplishments, and award presentations at the district's annual meeting, which is usually held in February. We have conservation education is a high priority for our district. The district newsletter is published 2 times a year. We just had one publish it at the beginning of May for our cost share sign up in June. And we continue to co-host the Kansas Envirothon for our high school students. Manhattan High actually just won first place in the Kansas Envirothon this year. And usually we do Envirothon is for 3rd to 6th graders, and then adult conservation will be promoted at our soil health workshops and field days at the cover crop plots through our newsletter and area newspapers. We target technical and financial assistance to priority areas to address the primary water quality issues in the Kansas Water Plan and in the watershed restoration and protection plans through the Kansas Lower Big Blue, Lower Little Blue, and Tuttle Creek Reservoir, Lower Republican, Milford Reservoir, and Middle Kansas River watersheds. We maintain and develop the district's 80-acre farm for educational purposes through the Flint Hills Discovery Center. This property represents a unique opportunity for Riley County to develop a conservation education learning site. Maintenance workdays will be scheduled on the property. The minimum level of staff is necessary to effectively operate the office, provide the contracted support to NRCS, and provide excellent customer service. I was just gonna go ahead and read off our mission statement, work with all Riley County landowners and residents toward the wise use of our natural resources by providing conservation planning, financial assistance, education, and representation in conservation policies and programs. Just a little bit about what we do is the Riley County Conservation District is a government subdivision of the state of Kansas and a public body corporate and politic. The district receives funding from Riley County, the state of Kansas occasional grants, and through fundraising activities. Riley County Conservation District was organized in 1948. The governing body of a conservation district consists of 5 elected district supervisors who meet regularly to review the business of the office and to make conservation decisions for the county with the technical advice of the USDA NRCS service. The supervisors donate many hours of their time, receive no compensation for services, but are entitled to travel expenses related to their duties. Employees are hired by the board to meet with customers, develop conservation plans, contract for assistance, layout, and check work with the field, educate and represent their interests, and to run the day-to-day business of the district. The district has historically employed a district manager and a water quality coordinator / buffer coordinator. Some county conservation districts hire secretaries, clerks, technicians, and educators. Ours currently just has a district manager, which would be myself. And that's kind of what I have for you guys. Do you guys have any questions? I appreciate you stand up here and.
You might introduce yourself. I don't know if you introduced yourself.
I did.
She has.
Yeah.
You might mention the amount of money we actually bring in.
Yeah, so our conservation district, working with NRCS in the past year, has brought in about $600,000 to the county. And that's just through our programs that we have. NRCS has their EQIP, CRP, and CSP programs, and then we have our water resource program and our non-point solution program.
Jasmine's a new employee. We just hired her in the last couple of months, so she's still getting.
Aubrey came in already, so yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I see you have some federal employees that work with you too.
Yep, through NRCS, and then FSA is next to the hall to us, but mainly NRCS, one of our partners. So usually work with Kevin, and he would have been here today, but he had a family emergency.
Okay. Do you know, all of you know all the board members? Nathan Larson, I'm Steve Hargrave, Charles Dune, and Steve Strauss, and Stan Johnson couldn't make it today.
Okay. Anything else? Okay. Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you for your support the past years. Hopefully continue to support.
Appreciate your work.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Next commissioner is Ann Smith.
No, we got Shelley
Oh,
first.
Shelley, yep.
Trying to forget about it.
I'll turn
Yeah,
the
turn
back
the page,
page,
and
yeah.
then, we got 3 pages.
Yeah, that's usually one time of the year that happens.
Well, I will try to make up some time for you today. Get down to the page.
Yeah, it should be down there, Shelley.
There we go. That way there'll be plenty of time for Ann. Okay. I'm mainly gonna talk about this aspect, so I'll leave that up there, but so our budget is 1/2 of 2 state fiscal year budgets for our agency, the county budget. The numbers that you have listed here do not actually match our allocations because we're combining 2 state budgets. It will actually never align with our budget. However, it's important that you folks know and the other county officials know how much is projected to be coming into the county and leaving the county as far as finances. So we operate 4 different programs. We're adding a fifth one, September 1st, Drug Court, which you folks have heard me talk about. These programs take 11 different grants to operate effectively and efficiently. So that was actually eye-opening to me today when I was putting this together. It's 4 programs, but 11 different grants. We're almost $1 million agency, $934,000. And so what this means to you folks is that we bring in upwards of $900,000 in outside funds to the county. Not just to the county at large, but to the county coffers here within these buildings. I'm not really going to talk about adult services, juvenile services, or youth courts because you've already seen those budgets that went to the state on May 1st. The juvenile supervision fee, which is 001-043, those are actually fees brought in from the district court. And so when they put someone on probation, whether it be court services or community corrections, they are assessed a fee. And I believe it's 25 for misdemeanor and 50 for felony. And so the adolescents and or their parents make those payments at the district court, and those are transferred and saved and accumulate over time in the juvenile supervision fee. The request before you today is for appropriations. In the history of community corrections, as far back as 82, I believe, we have asked for 3 previous requests and received, maybe not the specific request, but did receive 3 previous appropriations, including the current calendar year, $7,081 for drug court. So we are requesting, again for drug court, we are requesting $12,900 for indigent defense services for drug court participants and $6,528 for 3 drug court team members to attend the national conference. And so the bids and conflict attorney services were calculated at $200 a week for 52 weeks for a total of $10,400. Of course, we're not going to have drug court every week due to holidays, so it'll actually probably be a little less than that. And this is for a slight differential pay to account for the time on top of the normal duties of the bids attorneys. And then again, as I mentioned, 3 team members to attend a national training. That makes up our request. And I just realized, and I apologize, I don't know that I actually added those 2 numbers up for you. They're the 12,900 and the 6,500 is makes up the total request. That's all I have as far as a formal presentation.
Any questions? Questions? Oh, no. Okay.
Okay, all right. Thank you for your time.
Shelley.
Okay.
Yeah, there you go. Oh, okay, I also got it, just pull up here if you want to scroll through it also. Take the ones, right there. Oh, super. You just scroll up and down.
Yep, that'd be great. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's beautiful outside.
Oh, rub it in.
Thanks.
That's one of the benefits of being up north is I get to drive to town and enjoy the beautiful weather. So just take a few minutes of your time this afternoon. Just kind of give you some information about Out-of-Us. I'm Ann Smith, by the way. I'm the executive director. We believe in empowering people, and we believe in connecting communities. And I want to update you just briefly on our services in Riley County. We offer fixed routes in Manhattan and on the K-State campus. We have a K-18 connector, which is a fixed route that operates between Manhattan and Ogden. And for the rest of the county, we provide curb-to-curb demand response services. In Manhattan, as you can see, Out-of-Us is accessible. These community locations are all within a 5-minute walk of a Out-of-Us bus stop. And also, I can tell you that folks are now able to plan their trips using Google Maps, either on their computer or through a smartphone. Later this year, we're going to introduce a new app, which will actually allow people to track and plan their trips real time. So they'll be able to watch the buses moving actually live and plan their trips that way. And we're very excited about that. We also have introduced token transit. That is an app that allows you to purchase your fares electronically. So you don't have to put money in the fare box. You don't have to buy a paper pass. You can just use your phone to do that. And that's available for any of our fare media, and passengers get 50% off of their first fare purchase. Briefly, our economic impact in Riley County, despite COVID, we did remain operational. We had reduced levels of service throughout the pandemic. We still are having reduced levels of service, but anticipate later this year to return to normal services. We spent nearly $150,000 last year just on fuel alone. And we purchased nearly $270,000 worth of goods and services in Riley County. 47% of our total wages were paid to employees who live in Riley County, and that is over $800,000. So that is an economic impact investment into the county that our company provides every year. Prior to COVID, we're seeing significant increases in usage of Manhattan citywide fixed routes. It will take time, and we're beginning to see ridership slowly recover, but until we resume full services, that's not really gonna happen. And I think when K-State gets back into session 2 in August, that will help as well. But we have started seeing ridership begin to recover. So this kind of gives you just a brief view of where we were headed right before COVID struck. We had a significant drop off in services, which was to be expected. We're projecting record ridership last year before COVID hit. And these were the highest, these were the locations in town with highest riderships. And then through COVID, we still have West Loop, the Union, Walmart. Downtown continued to have high ridership numbers. Our K-18 connector, although it did drop off equally, the overwhelming majority of people using that service is to get to and from work. And we have partnerships with Florence Job Corps, GTM, and the Howe Foundation to provide this service. And this is the route that it follows. And it connects to the Manhattan citywide fixed routes. And this was actually the K-18 connector had the least drop. It lost the least number of riders throughout the pandemic. One of our riders made a point to call us and let us know how they were very grateful that we had not closed operations. Last year, due to CARES Act funding, we restored almost $147,000 to Riley County in approved funding. And in the communities that we serve as a whole, we returned over $300,000 in funding due to CARES Act that allowed us to do that. And so our budget request is that our 2019 funding level be restored. And I would stand for any questions that you might have.
Questions, anyone?
Yeah, I saw the shelter that they just put up over in, West Loop Shopping Center.
We're going to, yes, we will be putting one up.
Yeah, or maybe it was a temporary one or something. I thought it was yours, but apparently it doesn't look like this.
No,
When do you
actually
anticipate
Westwood's put that up there temporarily for us.
Okay, that's a temporary
Yeah.
one.
Mhm.
For some reason, I just saw it the other day, and I don't know
Yeah.
how I missed it, because I go over there all the time.
Yeah, it's actually become one of our biggest trip generators.
I bet it is.
Yeah, and we put in a blessing box right there beside the bus stop as well. And one of the things that West Loop's agreed to let us do is when we install the shelter, that pedestrian across the line of traffic, they're going to allow us to do a raised crosswalk, kind of calm the traffic in that area. Because we worry about our passengers, and sometimes it's very heavy traffic over in that area. So we think that'll be a good safety addition to that whole shelter area.
I was looking at this one that's designed, it's really good looking, so.
Well, it was a very interesting process. We worked with, we worked with K-State. I'll pull that up here. We sponsored a design studio with architecture, planning, and design. And this was the design. We wanted something, we didn't want something that was gonna have, that was gonna scream urban decay. We wanted something that was going to fit in with the uniqueness, with the movement and mobility that Manhattan and Riley County experience. And we wanted something that, could go in any location and have a little bit of a design element that would be very pleasing to the eye, but also useful to the passenger who would be using it.
Now, are those glass panels or plexiglass?
They're plexiglass.
Plexiglass.
Yeah. And then there's a plexiglass cover over the top of it as well.
Okay. Yeah. How many of those are you going to have throughout the area?
Well, we have, MATC is constructing currently 3 of them for us. They will only go in high trip generator bus stop locations. So locations like Walmart, we would anticipate eventually having one there. Dillon's in Westwood will have one. We have 2 projects we secured funding working with the city of Manhattan on some pedestrian improvements. So there's one that will go in at Fremont and North Manhattan, and 2 that will go in on the 600 block of points by the library.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Yeah. So, but it will always be locations that have that high ridership. We also have plans to do some other pedestrian improvements along some stops as well, and install just benches too.
Okay. It's great to see all this happening. A lot of people use your services. So.
Yes, they do.
Okay. Anything else? Okay.
Thank you all very
Ann.
much.
Have a good day. Good weekend,
Thanks,
too.
Ann. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Rich Barber, Riley County Clerk. I believe in your packet you have all the information. Before you, I'll just review the summary, and if you have any other questions, let me know. I lost that.
That's it. 2 full presentations there.
I was hoping she wasn't going after every line,
Yeah.
including the auditor's report. That's for sure. So the clerk's Department 22 budget request for contractual commodities and capital outlays, $27,550 more than the 2020 approved budget. The increase, basically laboratory fees, human resources, yes, but those are, of course, all new employees have to pass a drug test. What the commissioners have to remember about the clerk's department budget is we're basically a service department. We service all other departments of the county with varying functions, including accounts payable, payroll, human resources, and now the PIO. And so there are a lot of costs that are involved with that. The PIO is another cost that we've incurred as far as materials, education materials that we didn't have for this year, and what we expect for next year. Other contractual services, $18,500 of that's directly attributed to Senate Bill 13. As you know, Senate Bill 13 has passed. We're not required to do a mailing this year, but in 22 and 23 we are. As you know, I attended our association annual meeting last week. Our lobbyist for our association is a previous representative, state representative. And we also have a current election commissioner that was a previous state representative. And our lobbyist and everyone that's familiar with the state process says no funds have been appropriated, and getting things appropriated isn't always easy. So there have been no funds appropriated for that, but the law says we shall do it, meaning the clerk's office. So whether they appropriate funding or not does not alleviate us from that legal requirement. Along with that cost is $30,000 for our company we use, Comtech, and I have the email here from them directly on the $30,000 and $18,500. So these aren't just guesses on my part. For our tax accounting software vendor, which they would be the ones that it is basically mirror our tax statement. It would just be an adjustment from that, but as you can tell, it is quite costly. I've submitted that $30,000, not within my budget, but within the CIP request for this year. Of course, it's not approved. The commissioners haven't approved it, but if regardless of if the state provides funding for the mailings, they did not say they would provide funding for program modifications within counties. And so that $30,000 for sure is on us, but I would be willing to wager the $18,500 per year on us as well. So that's the reason those costs are going up. I think it's quite ironic that the state wants us to be more efficient and diligent with tax dollars, but they just cost us $50,000 more there. So I find that quite interesting. Any questions on the elections budget? Clerk's budget. The elections budget, the request for the 3 Cs is what we call them, contractual commodities, capital outlay. Sorry, I got this doggone mask on. Maybe hear me a little bit better. Outlay is $95,350 more than the 2021 budget. Due to the administrative changes in elections, I think you commissioners are aware, you followed nationally and locally all the different changes we went through elections this year. And of course, it's political and there are different states taking measures to maybe change or reduce or limit what abilities we have with different, as far as mailing elections and mailboxes that we have out there and stuff, but still in the state of Kansas, we are allowed to continue to do that. I see that demand continuing to increase in the future because a lot of people, and we have the stats, and it was regardless of political party, both groups of individuals did enjoy the convenience of ballots by mail. So until legislation does not allow that, we will continue to offer that. It does come at a cost, and so that's something that we have budgeted for this year and for next year. Of course, as you know, this year will be a smaller election with city schools. That's why the budget, it's not an apples to apples comparison, comparing a 2021 budget to a 2022 state budget, because the participation rate in a state budget is just so much greater than a city school election. So elections are expensive. The only way you can do them right is to put a lot of resources towards them. That includes hardware, software, and personnel. As you know, we hire around 200 temporary election workers and have multiple trainings for all of those we have to pay for as well. Any questions on the elections?
Yeah, Rich, last year you did mail out applications for, advanced ballots to everyone. Are you planning to do that again or in a major election or in this?
We are.
You are?
Yes.
So that's in the budget?
Yep.
Good.
Yeah, and that's part of the reason for the cost, because it's costly. Of course, the postage is huge cost, and we have a third party vendor do that for us.
Yeah, I thought that was really good, so.
Yeah, outside organizations, it's interesting, the state of Kansas passed legislation that outside organizations that do that have a lot of requirements they have to follow now, because as you know, there was one organization out of Missouri. They actually took a poll at our conference and had people raise their hand, and there was one individual that had received that same mailing about advanced by mail, the exact same one, 10 different times. We know many people here in town got duplicate, triplicate, quadruple mailings of that same thing, but they are now no longer allowed in the state of Kansas to send theirs out pre-filled. And they also have to put very specific information of who's in charge of their organization and mailing address. So I think a lot of that will be limited. We, at this point in time, are still allowed to pre-fill them, which makes it much easier for the voter. They just get it, read through it, understand if they're applying for the primary or general ballot, sign it, get it to us, and we'll get a ballot to them in the mail. And the other expensive part is we do pay for postage there and back. Mm-hmm. That is in our budget as well. But elections are just expensive. But they're, if not, I contend they're the most important process that we do in the county for the establishment of our government. Any questions on election?
How many of those applications from those outside people did you guys get? Do you know?
No, I don't know.
Didn't know if you could. Were they different?
They were extremely different than ours.
Yeah.
Extremely different than ours. And the problem is once we got another one, whether we received ours first or theirs first, the only way to go into the system was for staff to take the time, pull up that individual's name to see if it was in there or not. And that takes a lot of personnel hours.
Yeah,
and that was one of the reasons why.
Twice. Yeah.
No, Catherine and Greg, you weren't here, but maybe you had caught it since I know you guys attended meetings that I had just come to the commissioners and said, and it really is now. That's the other expensive part. But having so many mail ballot, it's really like conducting 2 elections at once. And that's why, and I thank the county commissioners. So I came in and said, I'm not going to have enough temporary workers. I just need you guys to authorize me to hire as many temporary workers as I need to get the job done. And they graciously did so. And so that worked out well. Any other questions on elections? The other one is the tech fund. That tech fund, as you can tell commissioners, I continue to allow it to build up. It is, as the other 2 elected officials do, we have sole authority on that. It has to be real estate related. I am saving that fund up for the county's benefit for whatever point in time we have to switch over to a new accounting tax software program. We will have to do that at some point in time. So at least that should help alleviate quite a bit of stress on the CIP fund when we get to that point in time. And I do see that happening within the next 5 years.
Is ours just not being updated, or will there be new ones? I mean,
the company we use is very small. It's probably one of the smallest in the state. They're a good company, but there's fear, that since they're small, they'll get bought out or dissolved. It's kind of family owned, operated. The top 2 guys, and several of their senior staff are, I would think, getting close to retirement. So. And then you see the strategic planning there. That's always something in the past we've been asked to provide. I discussed the software, the election division. Ultimately, it's best it would be all in one location. It's not very efficient, our equipment being over here, and for security aspects. And then, as I like to remind the commissioners, I appreciate the board being supportive of approving a step in COLA for our employees this year. Any questions? Okay, thank you.
Okay. I actually have a 2 o'clock here, guys. So it's I don't know if you have anything else for the day or not. I don't.
Rich, you want to just hang around?
No other business.
Huh?
I just want to just hang around here. It's so much fun.
I'm going to for the next hour,
You're
hour and a
going to
half.
be in there?
So, yeah. So,
Well, we
yeah.
can carry on without the vice carry it.
We can get some business done now.
Yeah, okay. I gotcha. Well,
There's two
till,
of us, you're in trouble.
yeah. Till Monday, I guess.
I have no other business.
Okay.
I think that-
I'll make a motion to adjourn.
Okay.
I would second that.
Okay, we've got a motion and a second on adjournment